Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, hello. Hi.
Yo.
I was just looking at we write a few things up on this board. We don't use it as much as we used to. We kind of do it to keep track of stuff.
Yeah. We got to write some records up there.
We were gone.
Put your guys' is up. What are your guys'?
What was Schaefer? Schaefer was
8-4.
Oh, Schaefer was 8.
Schaefer was 8-4.
Robin was 8.
Robin was 8-4.
I'm 8-4.
Nick was 6-6.
Yep.
With a loss to Cincinnati. So
That's-
Nick's already again, and I was 7-5.
Yeah, because I was expecting there to be. I was expecting Cincinnati to win.
Yeah. Can we spank Nick on the radio? You should apologize. We didn't make fun of Nick yesterday for his horrible opinion that Nebraska would lose.
We kind of do that
You want
every
to
day.
spank me?
Yeah. I don't see why not.
Virtually.
Anyway, I was looking at the
Verbal
wall.
spankings.
There's a thing that says Otani 85.5. Is that the over and under on how many people he's going to screw this year?
How many?
Because he sent one guy to jail. He's bilked another guy out of
I
millions.
don't remember what that was.
I don't either.
Who wrote it? Whose handwriting
That's
is that?
my handwriting.
That's John's handwriting. Because look at Jerry Kuth.
85.5.
I don't remember what that is.
Otani.
I don't remember what that is.
Oh, I know what it is. It was number of innings pitched in some time frame.
This season?
Was it?
Yeah,
Was it?
because remember we
Okay.
talked about 100 innings
Oh,
pitched.
What's he at right now?
Let me look.
I don't remember if it was this year
He
or if it
can't
was the
be-
next year.
He can't be that high. I mean,
No.
I think the under's going to hit there.
Yeah, because he doesn't last very long.
I'm gonna guess he's in the 50s.
Yeah, maybe it was the rest of the season. I don't know.
He is currently at. Where are you? There. Still looking.
Baseball
Mr.
reference, John?
Otani.
There it is. Pitching.
Hmm.
He is at. Okay. Guess.
52.
Ooh,
52.
Tapper knows ball.
45.
46 2/3.
Nick is right, but you're all over. He is at 32 and 1/3 innings.
Goo.
In my head, I kind of wanted to hit a number in the 30s, but I'm like, surely that's too low.
Don't call me Shirley.
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting.
32
Damn.
and 1/3 innings.
Doesn't even bother. He's only thrown 32 innings. I mean, he's been pitching for a few months now.
Has it been a few? When does it have his first game there, John?
I remember I was in a
There's so many things on here, man.
I was doing a Creighton game when a baseball game.
Baseball?
When he pitched, I think, for one inning.
What a
Weren't we,
long-
John?
what a
yes.
lo-
Yes, we
Oh,
were.
wow.
was
So
in-
this was
it was in May.
pre-injury.
It was in
Oh,
May.
never mind. Post-injury.
Yeah.
Baseball, such a long time ago. I can't even remember going to the ballpark
Well, it's-
anymore.
It's going on right now.
No,
It's
college
still happening.
baseball.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't
Well,
even remember.
No,
Interesting
we're
you
less
say
than
that
100 days
because
away
as
from
I was
college
driving past on I-180 between the stadium and Haymarket Park, I
Uh-oh.
saw on the big screen they had the
Haymarket.
TrackMan stats up on the big board
TrackMan.
because the
Big
Huskers
Red.
were practicing, and I saw
Oh,
a tweet that night
fall
from the
ball.
Jays that the Jays were
The
practicing.
Jays are
So
practicing.
So college baseball is back.
Oh.
Time to
Get
bring
you-
back a slice of college baseball.
No, it is
fall edition.
No, it is definitely not.
Let's go to a practice, Nick, and you can have your takes, and you
Oh.
can do it on the show
I can give a slice score
for a practice,
practice.
for an inter squad scrimmage.
People used to get
Yes.
triggered when we would go to practice and say Tommy Armstrong went 6 of 18 passing. I can't wait to see what people say about Nick doing baseball stats.
Fall Ball World Series though is very one of the most fun times of the year as a college baseball player. The Fall World Series. It's like a best of 7 inter squad scrimmage.
I like the World Series that happens in the fall.
That's good too.
I like that more than whatever you're talking
But
about.
college baseball players don't get to do that, Josh.
Let's
Why
go
not?
fall ball practice, Happer. Let's do it.
Sure, anytime you want.
Mr. Otani, his first appearance on the mound was during the College World Series against the Padres.
College World Series.
During the rain delay, remember?
It was during the rain
right.
delay.
And he gave up a run, and I said,
And we had all of those plates of food that just appeared.
That's right. We had like a
That's
giant,
right.
wasn't it like a giant fruit and vegetable
When was
tray
this?
or something?
Yeah.
During the
This was
rain
during
delay.
the rain delay at the World
I
Series.
didn't. I was at home.
Yes, you were. Yes, you were.
I think. No, wait. Was I?
Yes, you were.
When was
Yeah.
this? Was this a night delay?
It was
yes.
a
nighttime.
Yeah.
I was on my couch.
We were all undergoing great camaraderie
Yeah.
with our many plates of food.
Yeah.
Eating ice cream and food.
I liked the camaraderie from last week. I didn't need any baseball camaraderie.
What, watching the OJ? Were you guys watching the OJ Simpson chase?
Yes.
Yes.
The Baba Booey.
Baba
Yeah,
Booey,
the-
Baba
yeah.
Booey.
Yeah, the
Incredible.
prank call.
Yeah.
And then Al
Nick,
Michaels
we
said
had
it
an-
was farcical.
Talk about camaraderie. Talk about getting to know your coworkers a bit deeper than we had before.
Yeah.
And you weren't there for it.
I mean, we'll always have Vegas.
It was different though, because we got to hang out with Gary and Matt. New people. And Otson. And John. Well, I guess I'd hung out with John.
I can
In a
always
house.
use more camaraderie. Not like for longer periods of time, but more frequent camaraderie.
Mhm.
The nice thing about it was the house was big enough that we were all kind of spread out.
It
at
was
night.
nice.
Yes.
Who ended up getting the couch?
Matt.
Which is-
Matt.
Really?
Yeah, everybody else had beds.
He wanted it.
He wanted the couch?
I mean, he was like, "I'll do it. Don't say I won't do it."
Great tone. We
Did
got
you
there and he was
notice, though,
doing prep for his radio show. It was very
He
strange.
couldn't stop doing
He
prep.
was writing
He
notes.
was writing things down.
How
He
much
was-
of that prep
he
did
just
he use the
wrote
next day?
down
I don't want to forget
names
the
of
names.
players.
Yeah, I don't want to forget their names.
Yeah, what was the guy, the biggest guy for Cincinnati, Corleone?
Yeah.
It's like, what if I don't remember it? It's
Yeah.
like, you will.
The best part is now I'm realizing, what if he forgot which page it was on? He's like flipping and it
Yeah.
causes the same issue. So, yeah, he just did prep.
Incredible.
We're all busting, what's and,
chops.
yeah, and
You're
watching
all busting,
and
what?
watching ball, and Matt's doing prep.
Wow.
I was eating salt and vinegar chips,
Oh, me too.
drinking bourbon.
I wonder what it was like
That's
to do
some
show
camaraderie.
prep for Nebraska Cincinnati with OJ in the background.
Well, by that point, the prep had been
Yeah,
done.
the prep.
Oh.
had
That
been
was
done.
the last thing before sleepy time.
Yeah.
Oh, you get to watch the
Like-
OJ chase before bed.
It was happening, and you could tell everyone was getting it.
Yeah.
All right. And then the thing happened that we needed to see, and we were all like, "Bye bye, see you tomorrow."
Time to go.
Said bye-bye.
And then
Booey.
6
Nice.
hours later, I woke up to "Good morning, game day," whatever Gary said, right above my head.
Incredible.
Yeah, good times.
What was
Good times.
and then the DoorDash lady was just chilling?
I don't know much about what happened there.
See, I
I
was on with Jack at that time, and
Seeing-
I stayed in the
basement.
basement for that. I didn't want
Yeah.
to be involved.
Seeing pictures without any context was a fever dream.
Yeah.
Because there's just a DoorDash lady there. I told Paige about it. She's like, why? Like, I don't
I mean,
well,
they-
I mean, if you know Gary, it makes a lot of sense.
yes,
Yeah.
Matt ordered us coffee, very nice. But then Gary was like, "Come on the air," and then it wasn't nice anymore.
It's so weird.
Yeah, there wasn't there a line about is this? the
Have you
first
ever
time you've-"
please 7 men?
Yeah,
I was very happy to be in the basement for that.
Me too.
and I was on with Jack.
He asked it twice.
Twice?
Yeah, because she didn't hear him the first time.
Oh,
So he's like, "I want to ask you again."
maybe she did hear it and she was just giving him an out.
Could have been.
maybe.
Excellent theory.
He did not take it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
YouTube user has a good question.
Mm.
What about the wager between Josh and John that involved Popeyes or sleeping on the couch?
Mm.
So we did that wager. I lost the wager.
You did.
And so I said, "Matt, do you want the bed?" And he goes, "No."
He pushed you out of the way.
He
Well, there
didn't.
were other couches.
There was another couch.
There were other
available,
There's
Josh.
a couch next to his.
There was.
near his.
Oh,
bed.
so you're saying I should have just slept on
a
a couch?
couch.
I thought about it.
You did think about it.
Yeah,
I
and
thought you were
then-
going to
and
do it,
then
actually.
He still got Popeyes, so it's almost as if he won the bet when he did not.
You got Popeyes?
Well, the company bought us Popeyes
Mm.
What?
via John's card because it was lunchtime.
Wow.
Thank you, NRG Media. So yeah, I did. It was great.
And then we got a Popeyes employee fired because she was too nice to us.
Great trip
How
to
long
Popeyes.
did it take?
3 minutes. It was excellent service.
Well,
Excellent chicken that they
I
gave
mean,
me. Perfect.
Sure, that's
Great fries.
But she was extremely nice. But I noticed as I was looking in the rearview mirror as we were driving away, 2 of the other employees were dragging her out, saying, "Get out of here! You're too
Enough
good.
of you.
You're
Josh.
too nice. You're
Nick?
supposed to resent the customer."
Why are you saying it was only 3 minutes as if that's not a long time for something to happen?
Nick.
What?
Nice. Good reference. But for Popeyes, it was normal for me. For John, it was a
but
revolution.
It was also not. There wasn't anybody there.
But
It
it's
was
because
just
I
us.
spoke. I used my voice, and they were like, "Oh, it's the nice guy. It's the person who treats us well." They heard John's voice, and they were like, "Get ready to spit."
What'd you order?
2-piece, all thigh, spicy, fries.
Yeah, he is the worst person. If I was ever on the other side
That
of
is
the
not
intercom
the worst.
and Josh comes up, he's like, I want 2-piece, but I only want thighs, please.
Well, I mean,
What if there's no thighs left or there's only one thigh?
They asked me, and I say, I'll just do whatever.
Then they say there's none left.
Yeah.
That's actually okay.
Thank you.
That's actually okay.
It's a normal thing to do.
At a chicken place.
Yeah.
At a chicken place.
Yeah, there are 4 types of chicken, Nick, at a chicken place.
It's weird to hear that take from you.
I mean, it is kind of strange. I'll agree with that.
I usually do get it like whatever, mixed or whatever they call it, and then they follow up and they're like, well, how do you, if you're getting like a 6-piece or something like that, you want 3?
Yeah, it's great.
It's like, I don't know. I usually say, I don't know, whatever. But I understand people who like only like white meat or dark meat or whatever.
Yeah. It's actually kind of, it's pretty normal, Nick. Yeah.
Because they have them all in separate
but equal.
I like it, Popeyes, how you can kind of see back there.
It's nice.
Wasn't
look at that delicious thigh right there.
Isn't that way though? A lot of places. I don't know. I don't go inside these places anymore.
Well, how come?
Well, I usually get drive-through usually.
Oh, okay.
I guess you're right. You can see back there in a lot of places.
There's some places I don't like seeing back there.
At McDonald's, you go in there and it's just a constant beep. Everything is beeping.
There's no people anymore. It's just a robot.
That was the weird thing. We stopped at the one down on the way when you guys were eating
by
your
the fireworks.
And there's just the kiosks.
Yeah, it was just the kiosk.
Just pressing it.
And we're like standing there and there's like no one behind the counter and you can't see anybody in the back.
Shouldn't have been standing there.
But all you can hear is beep.
I heard
beep, beep, beep. That means the fries are done, I think.
Beep.
I saw I kind of read a story the other day, I know, of Taco Bell using AI ordering, and when the person tried to complete their order,
the 18,000 waters.
Yeah.
Like,
would you like a drink?
They broke the machine because they ordered 18,000 cups of water.
But then they were blaming the guy.
I want
for
50 cheeseburgers and 50 fries and 50 chicken sandwiches. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that dinner that John and I had on Wednesday, not as fun as yours.
Nope.
No, we had a good time.
But we had camaraderie in the vehicle on the way down.
We had camaraderie at Q39.
I got to hear old radio stories. It was great.
You know what else?
That does sound fun.
You know what else didn't happen?
Was awesome.
No keys got left behind in our vehicle.
Dear God. We actually haven't talked about that as much as we should have.
No, that's true. Because that was
an impression.
Because
that was a whole ordeal.
Everyone was really mad that day, and we just wanted to really bring the mood back up. So we just blew right through it. Now it's time to talk about it.
Why was everybody mad that day?
Because Matt was mad at himself, and we didn't want to see Matt mad.
Yeah.
And then everybody was kind of mad at Matt.
That's a pretty solid move by him, though. Be so pissed at yourself that everyone's like, Matt, it's not a big deal.
It worked.
I should start doing this more often. When I make a mistake, I'm just going to go,
It's not your fault, Matt.
He was in a mood.
So we just blew through it on Thursday. It's time to talk about it.
Do you know, Nick? Do you know about this?
I don't.
Okay,
I don't know
perfect.
the story.
This is great. We can tell the story to Nick.
Well, you could more accurately portray the story.
Can I?
Well,
I guess, you were at the ballpark.
Yeah.
You were there, but so we were getting ready to go to lunch.
Hudson, get on. Oh, wait, he was not involved.
I could tell you my part. Yes.
Yeah, Connor and Josh were already on the air over at the stadium.
We just went by ourselves.
The rest of us went to Whataburger.
So we were like, let's go grab lunch together and then, let's leave early. Let's get there plenty of time.
Yep.
We didn't want any issues.
So Josh and I, we went separate, and we were sitting there and we're waiting. Yeah. And we're waiting.
We get a text. Yeah. And it was like, we haven't left because we're looking for keys. And so I was confused at this moment in time. We didn't know whose keys we were talking about.
We thought it was Chris.
Because I said
Chris had lost his keys.
Just take Matt's car. It's not a big deal. We're all going to come back anyway. Yada, yada, yada. It wasn't. It was Matt who couldn't find his keys. They're looking everywhere for the keys.
Yeah.
Where's the keys, Rose?
So the deal was that Chris and Gary had to drive in a different vehicle because they were staying behind. But because Matt was bringing Odson back to the house for overreaction.
Yeah.
They needed a separate vehicle. So everyone was driving separate.
So at this point, they've probably been looking for like 20 minutes. And John and I were like, screw it. We're ordering
We're just
food.
sitting here and a lot of burgers.
We're hungry. We are, because we didn't eat breakfast.
No, we didn't have breakfast.
You're getting hangry.
Yeah, very much so. And so at a certain point, somebody realizes, could they be in Connor Happer's vehicle?
Could they be, I wonder?
And so
why would his
Connor
keys be
Happer
in
and
Happer's
Josh?
vehicle?
Oh, that's a good question.
Excellent question.
Because we all piled in, sans these two, everyone that was there, all 5 of us, we piled into my car and drove to Q39.
The night before.
Got it.
And so then the question came up in a text to Josh and I as we were doing our show from the stadium by ourselves. Hey, we think Matt's keys might be in your car.
Well, but didn't this happen after they had called Q39 because he thought maybe
That's right. They had called
because
Q39.
Gary was like retrace your steps, and so
Yes.
called Q39.
And so then Josh and I immediately become triggered.
Yeah.
Because we know we're going to have to do something about this. And ultimately, we also know the answer to the question of are the keys in my car, which is, of course, yes. Which is the worst place for them to be.
And
wherever the worst place is, they're there.
And so
Wherever they be, they be.
1620 the keys.
Exactly.
And so the car, it's not like Nick, it's not our office. You can't just
Right.
walk outside. Otson then had to make a long trek, to go look in the car.
It's a 15-minute
An
round
unexpected journey.
And
Yeah.
guess what?
They
The
were
keys
there.
were in the car.
Wow, that's the wrong kind of key party.
Yeah, it is the wrong kind of key.
So
party.
anyway, so Josh and I we weren't waiting for him. So we had already ordered, and we're waiting for our food, and then
by the time they arrived, we knew where the keys were.
and then in came
oh my gosh,
Gary
a
and
storm
Chris,
rolled in.
and Chris is got that look on his face like he's probably been busting.
Gary's like, Matt. He's like having a good old time.
Gary's getting ready to talk to what's his name behind the counter.
Oh yeah,
he's having a
definitely.
great old conversation.
Glenn,
Glenn, yes,
his new best friend.
But McMaster came in and he was just like.
He just stood there.
Just stood there and he had this look on his face. And
He was triggered.
when you guys all walked into the ballpark at the same time, it was kind of like not a single file line. They were a little spread out, like kind of one by one by one. I saw them all walk in from where we're doing our show. I've never seen a group of 5 people with worse vibes than they did.
No.
They were all just in a horrible, horrible spot. And this was, it was about what, 1 o'clock probably?
Yeah. We're getting
Something
close
like
to
that.
game
Like
time.
you
guys were
it's-
about to grunt the slates.
Yeah, the vibes for us were incredible.
yeah.
But the residual vibes we got from them brought us down. We were
Wow.
like, what do we do about this?
That's
And so we
saying a
just kept
lot.
telling Matt, like, Matt, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Because he did have to Uber all the way back to get his car.
Yes.
But we're like, it's not a big deal. Seriously, everything is fine. You got the keys. Nothing weird happened. I'm like, we're just gonna make fun of you. But he was so mad that we decided not to make fun of him.
I know. Yeah. He really,
He played it well.
yeah, he mentally kind of screwed us out of that one.
Yeah.
He did a great job.
He did. He's a good actor. And so that's the story of the
He
keys.
apologized to like each of us individually,
It's like, dude, it doesn't matter.
it's
over
okay.
now. We're done.
Yeah.
It's
Joel
over.
says the
At least
anger baton.
You guys all had the anger.
The keys
baton.
are the anger
The
baton.
keys are the anger baton.
The thing that would have been crazy is if they would not have found them.
Yeah.
And then the next morning, while the rest of us,
I would have drove home
would've
with the
dro-
keys in the car.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Because the thing about Matt was he had to take his car to the airport. He was going to Denver and coming back to Kansas
So
City.
he had to drive all the way home.
Yes, after he got back on Monday.
Gross.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
Disgusting.
terrible.
48 hours ago.
Yeah.
Could you imagine just getting back 48 hours ago?
No, I literally cannot.
They're horrible.
It was nice sitting on my couch all day on Monday.
Yeah, but he got to see the Rockies.
I don't think he saw the Rockies.
Oh, he
Mm.
told me he was going to go see the Rockies
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe he did. I don't know.
because they're playing
what are
the
those
Cubs.
tickets?
I thought he just went
$4?
to a game.
Mm.
Or I thought he just went to a wedding. Sorry.
So there you go. That's the story of the keys.
Wow, what a key story.
That's the keys.
It
Key
was-
story.
yeah.
Is that the best key story you've ever been involved in?
I mean, it's pretty high up there. The thing that still confuses me is his key. It's like a monstrosity of things.
Yeah, and he's
It's an
got one of those
amalgamation.
long ropes on him. It's
Yeah.
like, why?
Because it's specifically designed to not lose them.
Yeah.
For
I still have-
children.
I have a
Like-
lanyard on my keys
Yeah.
for now.
You wear them around your neck.
Yeah,
I'm going to change that soon.
What good is a lanyard if you're not using it around your neck?
I don't know. I do not know. But
I
that's
didn't
it. That's what the kids do. They put the keys in their pocket and they let the lanyard hang out.
Which makes it easier for someone to just come and yank it like a flag football
That's
flag.
true,
and just,
boys.
"Right, I got your keys.
I don't know when I graduated from lanyard, but Matt's about there. He needs to get there.
I still have lanyard, but over the last couple of years, I've been tucking it in to my whole pocket.
I have lanyard.
I have lanyard. I want to get one of those like ridge key things. I just haven't pulled the trigger yet.
Ridge key thing.
Yeah, it's like
I've seen the wallets.
yeah, it's the same
Oh,
company
I
that makes the
know.
wallets.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like a wine bottle opener,
Yeah.
like in shape, but then all your keys just go into there.
Interesting.
I kind of want one.
I should do it, Nick.
I should.
I like having my
I kind of want to get the combo. I want the wallet and the key holder.
Dude, I don't even need keys anymore.
No keys.
My,
Well, you
my-
need the fob.
just need my phone. No, I don't need the fob. My phone is a digital key.
And then that probably opens your garage door at home?
No, I still have a garage door opener. But
Okay.
it could, I'm sure.
Wow. You don't
Pretty incredible.
I don't need keys
Hmm.
for my car. Not that I would lose them, because I would never lose my keys. That'd be stupid.
I do not know when
whole
I
point
last
is,
lost
why
my
are
keys.
you if you're not taking your vehicle and there's no house keys on,
Why do you have the
why
keys
do you
in the
have
first
the
place?
keys with you
In
in
an
the first
Airbnb,
place?
what is the purpose
Right.
of having
Yeah.
your keys?
Whenever
He probably
I
didn't even know
travel-
they were on him. He's just like,
Yeah, when I
He's
go-
how I am.
He's got this giant rope hanging
Yeah.
out of his ass.
I'm-
Why doesn't he know he's got his keys on him?
I never bring my keys when I travel.
What-
I have no need to.
Well, I'll drive to the airport on Friday, and I will then put my keys in my backpack.
And
that
leave
is
them for
where they
2
will
days.
remain until I fly home.
They don't need to
Correct.
be anywhere else.
Literally, as we deboard the plane, that is then when I take the
I want
keys
as
out.
little things in my pocket as humanly possible at all times.
Always.
Mhm.
That is the way to live. That is the way to live.
It's a great.
Chance writes, unrelated to any of this.
Hi, Chance.
The Wordle was Tower the other day, and I thought of you guys.
Did I get my algo
Hello.
serves me a lot of 9/11 videos these days.
Same.
What is that?
It does.
Same. That's
I-
all
they're all interesting.
my Instagram is dogs running 9/11.
What are you guys doing to get this kind of
I watch them
algorithm?
every time. They're so interesting.
I mean, I've kind of seen it enough to know what happened now, you know?
I know what happened. I remember it, but
I do too.
You don't
but-
watch highlights of the 2016 World Series?
Well,
this
I
is
mean,
not like that.
Oh,
by
my
the
bad.
way,
I mean, I have.
Yeah. I guess for me, this would be like watching the Des Caught It game over and over.
But
you
did
agree-
you just compare 9/11 to the Des Caught It game?
as a fan.
it was like 8/9/11. What is,
It was,
So then what was Micah like? Micah trade like?
Ooh, that's good. Let's see. What are other horrible things that have happened?
don't do this.
Oh, is it like a Hindenburg or a Titanic
I
or a
wasn't a-
Pearl Harbor?
I wasn't around for any of those. I'm just trying to think of horrible things that have happened in my life.
Like Hurricane Katrina,
oh, there we go.
the tsunami in Japan.
I guess these didn't really affect me very much. I mean, I felt bad for the people.
Wow.
They didn't. It didn't affect me. Mm.
COVID.
COVID. There you go. That was the
Micah
trade.
Parsons is
Because it will affect me for a long time. That is the comparison. It will affect me for months. Every time I watch the
Stop
Packers,
the spread.
I will be mad. But maybe his L7 or whatever's broken.
Here's the
Jeez.
solution: sit in your house and talk to no one for a couple weeks, and then it'll be over.
Oh my gosh, do I have to?
You have to isolate.
What did they call that again? When you
quarantine?
Social distance.
That's the one.
Social
Yeah.
I have to
distance.
social distance.
God, I hated all the words and terms that
New normal.
happened. Yeah.
Got
so
it.
bad.
Yep.
Times like these.
Yeah. Maybe
Yeah.
that's what I will do.
But I'd be watching those 9/11 videos. I do.
Same.
I'm not afraid to admit it. I like the videos.
I just
You know?
You hard him?
No, I don't like the videos.
Share.
I watch the videos.
you for sure share them. Right?
No, I don't.
I share
Yo,
them
look
in
at
a-
this 9/11 video.
There's a group chat. That's what happens with
One
the,
of-
the videos.
One of my favorite types of movies it's a movie where you don't know the time period. It's just a dramatic thing that happens, and at the very end, it's revealed that the main character's in the World Trade Center, and it's September 11th.
That's a movie?
There's like at least 2 or 3 movies that
What?
do that. Yes,
That's the twist ending?
Yes.
It's 9/11?
It's just
What is
9/11.
wrong with these people?
Like one of them, I think it's called Remember Me. It's a Robert Pattinson movie. The very end of the movie, it's zoom is out, and then you see that he's in the World Trade Center on September 11th.
What?
Or then
Whoa.
like extremely loud and incredibly close. It's like this
Oh,
story
I
about
remember
a
hearing
father
that
and
that
his
was a
son,
9/11
and
movie.
then his dad dies in 9/11.
Oh, wow.
It's just 9/11. It's like a jump scare of 9/11 at the end.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I
there's
didn't know
just
that.
movies that do
What
that.
in the world?
I mean, it's quite the twist.
That is
It's
quite
Sure,
the
but
twist.
yeah, once the first person does it, you don't need to do it 2 more times.
Yeah.
You know?
Wow.
What if like A Bug's Life? They zoomed out, and it was 9/11.
Thank you, Pixar. Well, what was it? There's always that meme of like,
It just starts snowing, but then they turned out it's ash and they're in Central Park.
was it Nick? Is
Oh
it
my
Cars 1 or
God.
Cars 2 where they fly and they're like in? No, I saw it's a Lego thing, and it was like, hey, look, it's Lego New York City, but then you saw there is a 9/11 remembrance thing, and it's like, oh no, so there was a Lego 9/11.
I mean, it is similar to Cars. Like in Cars 2, the Pope is in the glass cage, the Pope mobile.
Yeah, so they're like, oh, there was a Pope assassination attempt in the Cars universe.
And then there's also TSA in Cars, which also implies Cars 9/11, which is even more messed up when you realize that the planes in Cars are also people.
Oh wow,
yeah,
it's double sad.
Yeah,
wow, extra sad.
See what you started?
Chance. It was Chance.
It was Chance. To be fair, it was Chance.
Yeah, but you didn't have to continue it.
All I said is that I watched the videos.
Watching the videos.
Chance just send me an Instagram. I wonder what this could be. Uh-oh. I have a guess on where this is going.
There's like, for me lately, there's been a bell curve of my like of 9/11 jokes. Like I also get a lot of 9/11 on my algo, my Instagram algo.
Wow.
And
what is wrong with you people?
John, if you had any of these social media websites, you would get it too.
Yeah.
Well, I'm on YouTube.
But you've never looked at a cooking video on Facebook and then 9/11 happens?
No.
That's the twist.
That's the twist.
What does your algo feed you, John, on YouTube? Sports?
A lot of sports stuff.
Well, usually like old sports stuff, right? Like, hey, here's the NFL primetime 1986.
Well, it could, yeah.
Oh, so John
That's
gets
tight.
like Pearl Harbor and Oklahoma City jump scares.
Oh my gosh. People don't ever make jokes about
They
Oklahoma
don't
City.
make Oklahoma City jokes.
Why do you say it so sadly?
I'm not saying it sadly. 'Cause
They should make Oklahoma City jokes.
this is one of the conversations that Paige and I had on our way to Chicago.
Wow.
Where I'm like, because I probably found a 9/11 video on my algo.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's interesting that is the tragedy that gets memed and joked about the most. And then she's like, well, that's kind of the first thing that happened when we were kind of growing up, and then we became the internet generation, like sharing memes and things. So like that, there's something to that.
Yeah.
Like if the internet existed during Pearl Harbor, I think we'd have a lot more Pearl Harbor jokes.
What a take.
John, if the internet was around when you were growing up, you could do some Challenger stuff.
You could.
Everybody would have been so
We didn't
canceled.
need the internet. We
No,
just
my
told
dad had the
jokes in
internet,
school.
remember?
Whoa, you guys were doing Challenger jokes?
Well, what are some of your Challenger jokes?
I am not going to share any
Oh,
of them.
Sean, it's
interesting.
Like if you saw a Challenger video on your algo, would you watch it?
No. Again, I mean, I've seen it.
Yeah, there's really only one angle on that one.
The Big Bird angle is still my favorite one. How Big Bird was supposed to be in the Challenger, and then last minute he couldn't. Like they couldn't put the costume.
Would
in or
they have had to
something.
kill off Big Bird?
I think they would have
What
had
do you mean?
to.
Wait. What about Big Bird? What?
Big Bird was supposed to be in the Challenger.
Now, is this a Nick fact, Nick, or is this real?
I've never heard this.
Big
Never
Bird
heard
Challenger. Let's find
they
out.
probably would have handled it like
school teacher.
Nick is correct. History.com. Big Bird nearly rode on the disastrous Challenger mission.
What do you mean, Big
Carol
Bird?
Spinney, the puppeteer in the yellow suit, was in talks to go to space. So they were going to put this person in the Big Bird costume and send it up to space.
Holy God.
They would have had to kill off Big Bird.
Oh my God.
Okay, wait. How would they have been able to do that?
Spaceships are big, John.
well,
No, I'm talking about the life support.
What do you mean?
Space helmet for Big Bird?
a giant spacesuit, Sean. I don't know why this is so hard to grasp.
No, they can't
This
put him
was
in
never,
the
this was
helmet.
never going to happen. This is
It was the 80s, John. You guys were doing cocaine and stuff back then.
This is
just
like
an
how
Instagram video.
Seth MacFarlane missed his flight that
That's
day.
true.
Uh,
Seth MacFarlane is supposed to be 9/11.
Which one?
9/11.
No, I know. Like what?
One of the
planes.
planes. Yeah.
Hmm.
Who knows how history is different?
No Family Guy.
That takes-
There you go, John. There's Big Bird in a spacesuit.
It would have never. No, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Jeez.
They, Sesame,
Look at this graphic.
Sesame Street probably
Look
would
at
have.
this thumbnail.
There was a character that was a regular on Sesame Street, not a Muppet. It was a person who had died,
And there
and
were
then Sesame Street handled death like that, and they used that as a way
Mm.
to talk about death. But I think he died in a very normal kind of like
Mhm.
human way.
and I can't believe
What's up?
there were people last Friday who didn't like to hear from Avery Johnson's dad.
A puddle.
Yeah, this is fun.
Good times. Oh, Chance just sent me another Instagram reel.
Oh,
Let me-
he's
Is it the
probably-
Monsters Inc. one? Because he
He's
just
got
sent me
them
that
all
one.
saved. There isn't a meme or a GIF that he hasn't shared.
It's pretty funny. This one's pretty funny.
Thank you, Jay.
Take a chance. You're doing it. Oh, wow.
Hey,
Hello. What's up, Happer? Hello.
man, if my My algorithm is screwed up tonight. I'm blaming all of it.
Your phone is listening to you right
listens
now.
to you.
John, open your Instagram right now. Just go a few
Why
reels.
don't I don't have Instagram?
It
You
usually
you had the Gasmo Instagram.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even know if it's still there.
Download you. Why would you have deleted it? I bet it's still there.
I don't know.
I think I usually go about 3 to 5 reels before I get a 9/11 video. I think that's usually how it happens. It doesn't take
Well,
very
it's too
long.
late. Yours already has it
Yeah, I
because you've
guess
been
that's
watching.
All
I
right.
use TikTok.
Something I follow, an ad, someone I follow.
Oh, there's 9/11 TikTok.
Hey, Aaron
Oh yeah,
Sorensen.
plenty.
Lots of children in breweries. And then Bill Simmons.
No,
Bill
Mine
Simmons
is
is so
a clip.
tan.
My first one is a clip from Arrested Development.
Oh,
It's pretty good.
yep. I got it was 6 down, and I got
All right.
one.
Let's go. So mine is
Incredible.
Formula One, something about the offspring ad, Formula One.
There we go.
Unbelievable.
Took me like 6. That's actually kind of crazy.
now,
Yeah, it
now,
really
I,
is.
now I know why I'm not going on Instagram.
That's why?
Well, that and I just don't.
There are just videos that I haven't seen before from various points that day or like around
Wow.
the city.
John,
Oh,
have you
no,
ever-
there it is.
Have you
I was
ever,
just going to say, I'm getting more Formula One than 9/11, but it took about 10.
John, have you ever thought that maybe you hurt your arm because you
There it is.
deleted your Instagram? You could have kept doing
Well, I
your
didn't do-
lawn mowing bit.
That's the one it gave me.
Only did it like
Saw that
twice.
one recently.
And
There you
then
go, John.
I stopped doing it last year. I stopped doing it last year.
Sad. It was
Yeah.
fun. It was a fun bit.
It was, but then I realized that now I have to do extra work.
Extra work.
Well, yeah,
Just
you gotta
posting a photo.
take the picture and then come up with something witty to say.
You don't
like,
have to
John
come up with something
Bishop.
witty.
John Bishop's last Instagram post, June 23rd, 2023. Wow, it's been more than
2
2
years?
years.
I thought it was 1 year ago.
It's this. I'll show the camera if we're ready.
Yeah. Gasmo.
Oh, yeah.
Friday night Gasmo.
That's such a
That's
good one, John. I
That's when
like that one.
That's when I had to mow on a Friday night, which
I
I might
liked
have
it.
to do this week.
How come?
I snuck one in last night. I was really proud of myself.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do it Friday, unless it rains again.
Oh, just got an Instagram from Chance.
Yeah, same.
Well, the last thing that Chance sent me was
Uh-oh.
also 9/11.
Well, of course, that's Chance's bit.
Uh-huh. Last thing he texted me before today was it was a photo where it said 1620 boys en route, and we were on an airplane, and it looked like we were about to go
Oh.
into Arrowhead Stadium.
God.
Chance, we love you.
We
Chance
do.
just sent me a combination of Walter White 9/11 and
He
cars.
just did the same thing to me.
That is incredible.
Wow.
How many memes does he have?
Yeah.
He has to have like a
He
book
It's like, you know,
type folder.
all
You know,
of
Jim
them.
Nance, the Tommy Frazier. How many tackles can one man break?
How
That's
many
Chance.
9/11 memes can one man have?
That is Chance. That is indeed Chance.
It's a great question. There might not be a limit.
Is this a Happy New Year?
Well, are we doing Happy New Year's?
Of course we are. Why would we not say Happy New Year?
Okay.
Where were you?
Happy New Year. I'll say Happy New Year.
We
at
haven't
the
done a
end of the
Happy New Year in a while.
We haven't. It's been
Been
too
a minute.
long.
Oh, we did one a couple weeks last week.
Yeah, I
We
do think
did?
we did. Yeah, it might have been one last week.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
Yeah, there
don't
was one
remember.
last week.
Don't remember that at
I
all.
don't remember what it was about,
No, I never remember.
which is why it's fun to go back and re-listen at the end of the year to all the Happy New
It's
Years. 'Cause then
really
you're like,
nice.
oh, I remember this one.
It is.
Like, imagine having the video element too. Like,
You had the video element this year, Nick?
yeah.
It's going to be on YouTube at the same time. Gosh,
Yeah.
you are a talented individual.
It'd be like we were here in a way.
It would be.
It would.
Yeah. Still content every day.
Yeah.
From 6A to 6P.
That's true.
Mm,
You don't realize how many people miss our crossover.
exactly. And how many people look forward to the end of the year just
I will
for
get
us?
I will get several tweets during that week.
Oh,
was
yeah.
just in my car for the blank 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 for the 9/11 crossover. They'll say, "Wow, that was a great day."
It was a great day.
Mm.
I hate to take it away from anybody.
Me too.
Yeah.
You shit.
Which is why we're saying Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Max writes, the big bird in a spacesuit was enough by itself. Happy New Year. Good stuff. Good
Just
job by
verbal
everybody.
memes for the last 15 minutes.
Mhm.
Unbelievable.
Mm.
All right, there's your crossover powered by Ever Level Concrete and Repair in Omaha. everlevelconcrete.com. Let us begin a Wednesday Grum
Awesome.
on 1620 The Zone.
AOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Okay, we're already to the middle of the week. And on a football week, that means Buff.
And a brand new segment starting today.
Brand new segment.
Uh-huh.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
This brand new segment better not mess up people's algorithms.
John, it's going to be great for the algorithm.
Okay.
It's going to be lovely. Like and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Yeah, please do.
We'd very much appreciate that.
It
Like
gives you a
and
little
subscribe.
alert anytime one of our shows go on. And by
It's
the
awesome.
way,
I get one every day.
all of our live shows are on the YouTube page.
They are.
From Gary and Matt to Connor to us
Also,
to After Hours to
The Severe Reaction Show.
the Severe Reaction
Big
Show.
Red
Big
Overreaction.
and the all-new 1620 The Pregame.
Whoa.
yeah.
That's a
Coming
lot
up
of content.
this Saturday.
That's not even
from
all the
Memorial
content.
Stadium.
What else are we doing over
Because every day each show also posts a highlight.
Wow.
show.
More videos.
And it won't mess up your algorithms.
No, it's a great.
Oh, it'll improve your algorithm.
Absolutely.
You get more of us.
Wherever we be, we be.
Uh-huh.
It is a Dumb Debates Wednesday, and it's a Grum Down presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. Did your confidence level change? We've now seen everybody.
Yeah.
We saw Nebraska last week. We've seen everybody play.
Yeah.
Has your confidence level changed?
Mm.
We know what SP Plus says, but what about K Ford? We've got some updated K Ford
I love that, man.
to see how much things changed.
Okay.
Mike Schaefer will be with us here in just a few minutes.
Lovely.
on
He's
Husker
moved.
24/7.
He moved. He's good to go. He has a house.
He is
Welcome
here.
to Omaha.
Yep.
The new segment in question is called the Random College Football Team of the Week.
Nice.
I like this.
People
idea.
say we talk too much Huskers. So we're going to branch out this year.
We're gonna branch
Every
out.
team, look, I got a hat.
this.
Every team is in here.
Every team is in the
And we
hat,
will
and we
draw
draw
out a
one.
name.
We draw one out at random, and
Yep.
we recap
What they did.
what they did, and maybe we look ahead.
This
what
feels
they
like
did.
such a football pervert idea. Was this you? You just want to talk more random football.
We talked too much Nebraska, Nick. I thought you wanted us to talk other teams.
Well, listen, there's enough people in the audience that partake in the wagering, and maybe they learn a little something about a different team that they haven't really been focused on.
Excellent call, John. Excellent call.
So we will draw at random.
At random.
We had to prepare for 136
Seriously.
different teams.
I had to get pieces of paper, and I had to borrow Alyssa's scissors to cut these pieces of paper,
You know-
and then painstakingly write down 135 teams because we're not including
that's
Nebraska.
right.
in
We
the
have
hat.
one of those paper guillotine things.
I asked John where it was, and he said, "What?"
I don't
By
know.
the printer.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't know.
These things
That's
are
where I
awesome.
got the paper. I should have looked.
I love the paper guillotine.
Yeah, because some of the piece of paper I cut, like when you start cutting, and then the paper eventually kind of like warps because you're holding like 4 pieces of paper. It wasn't good. I've
What-
done better at cutting.
Yeah.
Should have used the paper guillotine.
You should have.
David Ubben will join us from The Athletic.
Oh, nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
He saw about a little less than 10% of all the teams playing college
That
football.
is incredible. Shout out to Ubben.
Yeah, last
A
weekend.
lot of football.
It's fired up for football. Everybody in the pool now.
God, doesn't it
And
feel
maybe
good?
we'll get the Open that was meant to have played last week.
Yeah, Nick roasted the Open, and then he was actually the one that made the mistake.
You know, I did the whoopsie.
Yeah, he did. Oopsie poopsie.
Dumb debates. Make sure you send in your dumb debates to the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620. Use the hashtag dumb debates or email in your dumb debates into the Old Man Doug Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com.
That noise reminded me. I saw a mummy the other day. We're in the museum in Chicago. They have a mummy in
Oh, I
there.
thought you were going to make a joke about John.
No.
Oh.
Speaking of dumb debates,
Yeah.
Dabo versus Brian Kelly.
Let's go, baby. I'm back on the Brian Kelly bandwagon. Choo choo.
Get your gumbo.
It's too late now.
1-0. Marcus Freeman 0-1. Suck on that, Notre Dame.
And if you thought no-show jobs was just a Sopranos thing.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
So there your Grum Down is brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Lovely.
So I asked this question of Sip yesterday.
Okay.
And I kind of bring it to the general group, but
excellent.
We've now seen everybody play at least once. Some teams like Iowa State, Kansas State, we played twice. But we've seen everybody at least once.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it is important because you can get caught in your own little bubble and you don't have other things. Granted, you can't play all 135 other schools, but you can get an idea by watching teams and having an idea of what's happening. Is your confidence level now higher, lower, or the same after seeing a game? It's no more practice, no more conjecture, no more happy talk. We can use our eyes. We can use our football senses. Is it higher, lower, or the same? And I know someone says, it was too early to tell. No, listen.
Who are we, Farron?
No.
We're allowed as fans to check in once a week and ask how things have changed.
It's just about confidence. It's about how you feel.
Yeah.
It's not about how you think they're going to be necessarily.
You surprised at all by the responses?
Right now, 66% are saying it's the same, so no change.
Okay.
29% say it's lower. Only 5% say their confidence is higher after seeing one game.
Interesting.
No, I'm not surprised.
You're not?
I'm not surprised.
How come? Even though the voting was very positive last week, we have a lot of 8 and 4s on our board. We have some 9 and 3s on our board. The audience,
well, but picking the season
agreed.
is different than actually seeing them in a game. And I think a lot of folks, well, first of all, obviously 2/3 of people are saying, yeah, and there's no change.
That's what I'm asking. So if you're surprised by that, it's still that it's not more into the shaded lower category.
I'm guessing that they're thinking it's only one game.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably where some of that is coming from.
They're thinking it's too early to tell.
Yeah, they are thinking it's too early to tell.
But
because that's, for the record, I am in the same. They were what I kind of expected, but I also admittedly had lower expectations than most.
Well, I had higher expectations, but mine are the same.
Yours are still the same. Interesting.
Because I think a lot of people went into last week thinking Nebraska was not only going to cover, but they were going to dominate that game.
Oopsies.
And that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Whereas I went into last week expecting it to be a close game.
But they won a one-score game?
They did win a one-score game.
They did win a one-score game.
Nick didn't believe that could happen.
But again, a lot of people
they never do.
Thought, that spread's too low.
I did. Oops.
That spread is too low.
Yep.
So I'm not terribly surprised by the result.
Mustache Adam says it's too early to tell, and then adds, I disagree that we need to wait until Michigan. If they can't get big plays and or do better against the run these next 2 games, that is telling to me.
Well, but okay, he's not wrong, but because Nebraska is playing, according to most metrics, one of the worst teams in the country in Akron.
They suck.
They're in like the bottom 5% of all of college football by SP Plus or K Ford or anyone's advanced metrics. And then you're following it up with an FCS opponent. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot I think Nebraska can do that will make folks feel better once they start seeing more equal or greater than competition. I think the only way it can go is down. If Nebraska scuffles and maybe only,
you're talking about the next 2 weeks?
Yeah, it only puts up like 24, 28 points in the next 2 games. I think you'll have a lot of people panicking. But if Nebraska goes out and wins 50-3 and 49-7,
they should have killed
exactly.
Them. Yeah, they're in a lose-lose kind of situation.
They are,
at least in terms of the perception.
Yes,
of them.
From the public perception, there's not a whole lot they can do.
No, I disagree personally.
But if you're a coach, if you're a team, if you're an organization, listen, this is your chance to go out and get better, work on yourself. Because remember, this isn't practice. Those other guys are trying to beat you. They are trying to better you. And there's also the opportunity to get some guys more reps, get your backups in, all of those different things. And Nebraska, quite frankly, hasn't had a whole lot of those games. Here, this might be an interesting question for later in the week, but at what point in the game do you want to see primarily backups?
Mid-third quarter, right? That's what you'd want.
Because I'm thinking back to last year, that there really didn't happen. I mean, there was UNLV, or not UNLV, UTEP.
They had backups, I think, most of the fourth quarter against UTEP.
Right.
And then against Northern Iowa was such a weird game because Northern Iowa chewed up a lot of clock, though they only scored 3 points.
They did. And so there really wasn't a chance to, when I think of old school Nebraska blowouts, getting the third teamers in there, most of those guys, none of the starters were on the field by the end of the third quarter. None of them.
I think mid-third, I think you're feeling pretty good. Is it wrong of me to kind of want to see them run away and hide in both of the next 2 games? Because, you look around at week 1, and I think one of the things that I saw was there were some teams that when they played the dregs, they killed them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you want to see. And then there were others. Look, Kansas State probably has a whole host of problems, and it's not just about dads fighting brothers.
Yeah.
But that game against an FCS school goes all the way down to the wire. And I know that they're coming off of a strange opener in terms of travel and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But I do want to see them do that. And I think I can learn something in the affirmative from them in the next couple of weeks if they do that. Biggest key, first of all, win, obviously, and then no injuries. But after that, I would like to see them kick some butt, and to win comfortably and to, limit touches for certain guys, Emmett Johnson in particular,
Mm-hmm.
and get some of the other players out there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's asking for a whole lot. And so I think there's very much a world where I come on with Matt on Saturday night and we're like, yeah, that is what you want to see because they dominated,
Mm-hmm.
I think that's possible. And I wouldn't come on, well, but it was accurate. No, kick their asses. Feel good about it. Move on.
402-951-1620. Before we go to break and bring on Shay, here's Todd on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Hello, Todd.
Hi, Todd.
Hey, guys. Hey, I just heard John, I think, say something about perception. And I'm 61, grew up with the polls and all that. But other than talk shows like this, why does Nebraska football team care about perception? If they win every game by 1 point and they're in the playoffs, isn't that really what all that matters? Who cares? The style points days are gone. Kicking people's ass don't matter. It's just win by 1 point.
I wouldn't say completely, Todd.
Well, Todd, here's why I want them to not win by 1 point against Akron, because I would view it as if they only beat Akron by 1, then they are going to really struggle this year. That's why.
Well, maybe they just play up to their competition. Would you rather have go 9-3 and kill a couple teams and then lose by 1, or go 11-0 and win every game by 1 or 2 points?
Well, if you're promising me the rest of the year, sure, of course.
Right, but you know how it works, Todd.
That's where we're at right now.
Yeah, but you know how it works. If Nebraska goes out and scuffles with Akron or scuffles with Houston Christian, the chances that they're going to not get run off the field by Michigan don't seem very good. Nebraska should go out and destroy these next 2 teams. There are 2. One is an FCS team, and the other is. The other is just terrible. So yes, you're right in the terms of if Nebraska just wins every game by 1 point, will they be in the playoff? Of course they will. But we know it doesn't work that way.
Because we have to talk about them every week. We don't get the benefit of just doing it after the season.
I'll put it this way, Todd. If Nebraska wins the next 2 games by 1 point, they'll get crushed by Michigan.
Yeah. But they're not going to win the next 2 games by
Well, to your point, yes, they do have to win these next 2 games by more than 1. But I don't think they have to kill these guys to still be able to hang and possibly beat Michigan. And then who knows what happens after that. The season's set up for them. And just our mentality, especially your age and I, John, it was always about you have to win because if you're not at the top of the polls, you're not going to get a play for a national championship. And those days are done. We kind of got to change how we think about that as far as fan, regular fan Nebraska guy. That's what I'm trying to do.
All right, Todd, I appreciate it. Now, I would say this, though. The difference is that you still have to, there's still a bunch of at-large bids out there. So you do have to impress some folks.
And for the record, I am not, and you are not. We're not viewing this conversation as how do they stay in the playoff mix. It is more how do they show me or you or everybody
that they're growing and they're getting better.
That's what I care about. I don't care. They're not making the playoff this year, so I don't care. I'm not viewing them through that lens.
I'm not either.
Yeah, so I'm viewing them through the lens of can they get better from one game to the next game,
Yeah.
and can they go into Michigan where you feel anything is possible. That's what I want to see from them.
And the word of the day is your confidence in them. It's not so much. This wasn't really a perception conversation. This was.
I don't care about perception.
How confident do you feel in this team? When you watch this team, do you feel confident that they can go out and they can compete with anybody?
Yeah, but if you can guarantee me that they're going 12-0 with a bunch of one-score wins, of course, sign up for it. But that's not how the world operates.
No. 402-951-1620. You want to join the conversation, but coming up next, Mike Schaefer will join us.
Lovely.
And we'll get his thoughts on what he saw and what is to come as we're getting ready for Akron this week. And a reminder that, yes, we'll get your day started with 1620, the pregame at 4 p.m. That's 2.5 hours before kickoff with yours truly and Michael Severe. And then we will end the day with Overreaction with Josh and Matt.
Lovely.
Right after the game. So we are the delicious bread in the Big Red sandwich.
Freshly baked.
Go Big Bread.
Nice. That's what Alex Sindelar says.
We're a nice pumpernickel.
Never had pumpernickel.
I like pumpernickel.
I just like bread.
Bread is good.
Thank you, bread.
We'll ask Schaefer what his favorite bread is next on 1620 The Zone.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream by Control. You can go to krtrelief.com today and you can get 10% off. And how about this? Free shipping on orders over $15. I have been using KRT Athletic Muscle Cream for the last couple of months and it has helped me out a ton. Get me back out there on the running trail. Go to the website today, krtrelief.com. That's krtrelief.com.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. It's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Joining us from Douglas County, Nebraska.
Nice.
Mike Schaefer. It's good to see you again. We've had you on the phone the last couple of weeks, but it seems like things settling down a bit on the old getting the house ready front.
Yeah, I've got this beautiful wall behind me here that
looks great.
I have very well decorated at this point with all of my awards and achievements and Viking Super Bowls and Guardians World Series championships.
You know what? I thought
adorning the wall behind me.
It's like the Kirk Cousins closet from quarterback, where you have a spot for your trophy awaiting.
Speaking of the Vikings, tomorrow we're making our picks. I'm not sure what to do with your team. Help me. I know you're probably the wrong person to ask because
I think he's down on the Vikings.
Are you down? I mean, I've seen some people very high on the Vikings.
I think they have an incredibly talented roster. They play a very difficult schedule, and they have a completely unknown commodity at quarterback. It could go a variety of ways. I anticipate they'll play in a lot of close games. They won't have the point differential that'll make them look like darlings to Josh's favorite NFL writers. And, they're going to be somewhere between like 11-6 and 9-8. Like, I think they'll have a winning season, but I don't look for them to, if they win the division, it's that they win it at 11-6 and they hold the tiebreakers. Like, I think that's a very, very hard division to try to handicap. I would say the Lions are probably the best team in it still. But I think Minnesota is going to be a very difficult team for whoever has them on their schedule to play, even if J.J. McCarthy is just turning around and handing it off to Jordan Mason 30 times a game.
Schaefer, famously, the Vikings and Bears have played in some pretty ugly and awful nationally televised.
The only way they play.
Is it going to be another one of those on Monday night on ESPN with Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on the call?
Yeah, it's hard to say. It will be played in Chicago, which is nice because I'd rather get that game out of the way earlier in the year than later in the year with their famous groundskeeping that seems to occur there. And
nice weather, and you're not going to have snow or wind or
right
things yet.
And so, it's kind of fascinating because you have two offensive coaches, but they might be two teams that play through their defense with young quarterbacks that you don't really know what you're going to get out of them offensively. I still think Caleb Williams is really talented, but he's not really a Ben Johnson quarterback, or we haven't really seen Ben Johnson have a quarterback like that. So, and then you throw in Brian Flores, who's really, really good at making people look really dumb. So I think we're setting up for a classic, like 13-10 kind of game. I don't know which one's going to have 13, which one's going to have 10, but I know both fan bases will hate themselves by the end of it.
I can't wait to watch. I love it. Football.
All right. So we asked the question of our listeners. I'm curious where you are. We've seen Nebraska play a game. We've seen everybody in the country play. Does what you have seen the last, several days give you more or less confidence about this team, or is it still kind of sitting where it was when we opened the season?
I don't know that it gives me more or less confidence. It didn't change sort of what I thought coming into the year. And they didn't play as well as I would have anticipated offensively. But I didn't walk out of that game down on Nebraska or where I perceive them to be. And then if anything, watching everyone else in week one go through their own struggles and just sort of where college football is, it made me appreciate that Nebraska played a relatively clean game. They didn't have a turnover, though there were several turnover-worthy plays. They only had 3 penalties. Unfortunately, 2 of them seemed to really take them out of drives, or, in one case, the opportunity to score a touchdown. The other one extended a drive. So it's just kind of a situation where even the special teams thing, they played much better there. So a lot of it is the further I get from that game, the more I just kind of appreciate the fact they got to 1-0. They finished the game on the field on Thursday. I think they're still a flawed team, but I thought they were a flawed team coming in, so that didn't really change. And they have a couple weeks now to kind of fine-tune a few things. And then that Michigan game, we get to go back into referendum season. So I'm content with sort of where things are and how I feel about it all, I guess is how I would phrase it.
Schaefer, like there's like all these things that we're talking about right now that we want to see more of when they're playing overmatched opponents the next 2 weeks, whether it's big plays, whether it's the run defense getting stops. I was going to say something about Dylan, but then I realized for him, it's also kind of in relation to big plays and just not being super efficient with completion percentage, but having more. Like what do you want to see? Like what's a number 1 or number 2 item on your agenda for the next 2 weeks where you say, all right, they've got this going. That's a good sign heading into Michigan.
Is it stupid if my answer is like, don't get greedy about it? Like, just go play the football that you're going to play. Like, don't try to make things happen to appease. And I don't think that they will. I doubt that Matt Rule's over here like, oh, we got to get 5 plays of 25 yards or more. Or the blogs and the podcasts and the radio shows and the media are going to be after us again. So it's not that, but it's more so when Nebraska is in these type of games. I hope that they have a mentality that was somewhat similar to what we saw with UTEP last year, at least early on, where they play as they can and they play as they are and they don't try to overdo it. You know, Dylan doesn't need to force throws to try to prove that he has a live arm that can throw over 4 yards on an average target. Like they just make the plays that are out there. They don't need to run Emmett Johnson 32 times to try to spring big runs or whatever else. Like just do what you do. You don't have to send a 0 blitz on every play to try to rack up havoc stats. And I don't think Nebraska is going to do that. But I think that sometimes as a fan base and certainly in the media, you get a little like you try to predict or tell everyone how the game is going to go before it actually happens. And what I just want to see from Nebraska is just go out and continue playing competent football. Like, I will be pretty pleased if they get out of that game, they don't turn the ball over, penalties are still low, and the rest of it should take care of itself because they're better than Akron. But if they try forcing a bunch of things, then you end up with maybe a game like they did against South Alabama a couple years ago, where it's just sort of this ugly, thing. And I would just rather see them just go play clean football. I think that's the only objective really to me for this upcoming week.
The crazy thing is they did play fairly clean football.
I know. I just want to see a continuation of that.
Yeah, no turnovers. There were a couple of penalties. Obviously, one that stood out because it seemed to cost them points down on the goal line. But for the most part, the competency, the cleanliness, if you will, of it was good.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, it's one of that's part of why I just want to see that over these next couple of weeks. Because if you're telling me this is a team that is not going to rack up much in terms of penalty yards, and they've done a lot better job in terms of taking care of the ball relative to what they've been in the past, it does just sort of naturally make you feel like they would be a better team in close and late games, that they would be a team that can execute when it's asked of them to do so. And combine that with solid special teams, and suddenly it feels like you're cooking with gas a little bit. Because if they do think they're going to play a Big Ten slate where a lot of their games are going to be close and late, then give me a team that has confidence that they're not going to make dumb plays and not going to continue to shoot themselves in the foot. And then I'll instinctively feel better about them when we get into those situations.
Schaefer, it's been quite the roller coaster over the last month and a weekish in relation to
talking about my move.
No. Well, that too, for sure. I was talking about the tight end room, though.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. People get them confused.
Yeah, they do. They often do. Like a month ago, it was like, whoa, look at how deep this room is. And then the Mac Markway injury happened. I always want to make sure I say
Markway.
Not Mark Macway. That injury happens, and it's like, all right, let's see what. And then Carter Nelson, he kind of disappears for a little bit. And it's like, sheesh, what do they have in that room? But Janiram Bonner, who is kind of moving around, right, in terms of wide receiver and tight end. Now he is hurt. And so Matt Rule says what he did yesterday or 2 days ago about Carter Nelson, what he needs to do. But also, like Lindenmeyer, I think was one of the real big bright spots on Thursday. And so I have all that background to ask you, how do you feel about the tight end room right now and what it could be? Because I didn't even mention Harburg as well, who got more snaps seemingly as a quarterback than he did.
Yeah, the best PFF grade.
Yeah. So what do you think about that room as it stands right now?
Yeah, I think there's just a lot that we don't know in terms of how they're going to play. I think there's a lot we don't know in what sort of formations are going to ultimately line up. One of the big conversations that seemed to be happening this offseason is how often Nebraska would be lining up in a double tight end set. And if you do that, you're taking one of your wide receiver playmakers off the field. Mm-hmm. And are they a better version of themselves if you don't have one of Ja'Cory Barney or Dane Key or Isaiah Hunter on the field and you have Heinrich Harburg instead? Or Carter Nelson, or are you a better version if you have Carter Nelson as a wide receiver, which is just really the split out version of tight end? I mean, so they have to kind of figure that out for themselves. What I like about the tight end room is I think you have a little bit of everything in there. You have, a high play potential, big upside potential in Heinrich Harburg. I think you have a very, very solid, steady tight end in Luke Lindenmeyer, who every time he catches a ball, it seems like nobody runs harder. He's like a little tank out there and just bouncing off of people. And so I liked seeing the usage that he had. And then with Carter Nelson, I think we don't know what exactly it can look like, but everyone is intoxicated by the potential and the talent. And so I think you want to see him on the field. So as a group, is it going to be a difference-making group in 2025? I think the jury's still out on that, but I think it has the potential to be. All of those guys can help. It's just I'm fascinated. I think Nebraska, when you step back and you take this view of it, it feels like other than running back, the other offensive positions like wide receiver and tight end, it feels like they have a bunch of options that they can mix and match and they can do some different stuff. And I think they'd be a relatively difficult team to defend, which is saying something because they don't really have the element of the quarterback run game. Yeah. But if you have Dylan doing things like he did on that sort of RPO pass to Luke Lindenmeyer, just little wrinkles like that make Nebraska difficult if all the rest of the personnel plays up, if they're as deep as they are at receiver, if these tight ends can step up when their name is called.
Schaefer, you mentioned receiver, and I'm realizing now in the 6 days since the game happened, John and I at least, have not talked a whole lot about the transfer receivers in Dane Key and Isaiah Hunter, which is interesting because they both caught touchdowns. Yep. The Hunter one was excellent. The Key one was on 4th down. So like right there, I mean, massive plays in the game. Maybe the overall tonnage of yards wasn't what people would have hoped it would be, but I mean, big thumbs up for those guys, right? After 1 week of play.
Yeah, I mean, even the guys that weren't the transfer wide receivers. I mean, your Ja'Cory Barney's breaking a tackle, a hand on the thigh away from a potential touchdown there, and maybe we're not talking as much about big plays and all of that. Cortez Mills made a really nice catch where you're just kind of bummed that he had to leave his feet to do it. Because he would have probably been running for a while after that. And so I look at sort of the weapons that Dylan Raiola has in the passing game, and I look at Dana Holgerson, and I just think this guy can really design some unique sets and some different things with this. I'm excited to see where this goes. And Dane Key and Isaiah Hunter were exactly as advertised. Hunter is one of those guys where it felt like he was almost an afterthought in the spring. Like, yeah, they got Isaiah Hunter, but they have Dane Key and Ja'Cory Barney and Cortez Mills and Isaiah Mosey, and we're excited about Quinn Clark and Keelan Smith. And yeah, they got Isaiah Hunter. And then it felt like this undercurrent in the summer of, well, actually, Isaiah Hunter was their number one target of all the offensive players in the portal. And that's the guy that Matt Rule really wants. And they think that he has big NFL upside. And so then you had that whole like slew of stuff. And then you get into the game on Thursday and he makes a catch like he does, tapping the feet, juggling the ball, able to do that. They had the play where it looked like he and Dylan exchanged a look because the coverage rolled down and they just knew instinctively like, hey, this coverage is here now. They don't have anybody over the top. This is our time to take a shot. He was able to pluck that ball out of the air. I think there's, a lot of excitement about just the upside of an Isaiah Hunter, and it feels like Dane Key can be really steady on the other side of it. I don't know which one's going to have a better season, but combined, should they be healthy, again, it just feels a little bit different for Nebraska with their playmakers.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. What have you made the conversation in the aftermath of Nebraska's run defense? John Butler yesterday said one of the biggest issues was Sorsby, scrambling around, turning it into a high school football game. He wasn't being, condescending. He was just saying he was improvising a lot. Matt Rule kind of said, hey, the mobile quarterback was the thing that hurt us. What have you made of that conversation, given that Nebraska's not going to see a lot of quarterbacks like this the rest of the season?
Yeah, I think it's tough. I think it's one of these things where, my general feeling coming into the game was, hey, the defense is going to need some time to find themselves. A lot of these guys in the front seven haven't played either at this level or haven't played that much at this level when we're talking about guys up front, certainly in Elijah Judy and Van Poppel and all of the people like that. So a lot of it for me is just kind of a wait and see. And then even with what happened against Cincinnati, yes, they allowed 202 yards. Yes, Brendan Sorsby had a 29-yard scramble. Yes, he was able to avoid a sack. I'm not worried about those as an, look forward thing, because I just don't know that you're going to get a lot of that in the Big Ten. You're going to get a lot of that on your schedule. I think Sorsby, I'm not saying he was a 1-of-1 or anything like that, but he's a more difficult matchup for Nebraska in a week 1 than probably what they're going to get, in other parts of this season. That doesn't mean that Bryce Underwood couldn't take off running, or that Nico Amalieva. I don't know how to pronounce it. Say that again.
Iamaliava.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna commit that to memory.
Nickname, bad.
Bad Nico.
Well, here's the thing about UCLA. They just start the season terribly, and then you talk yourself into Nebraska beating them, and then they don't. So
yeah, good point.
But
good point.
Speaking from experience.
Yeah.
He could just take off with a run, every now and then too, but it's just not the same thing as Sorsby. So I'm not sure what it looks like if teams just straight up and run at Nebraska. Walker and Evan Pryor seem to have some success. Nebraska's continuing to over pursue at the second level. That was an issue last year. Teams were able to just kind of cut up the field, and Nebraska's linebackers would fly by. So if they can kind of rein that in a little bit, but I thought the pursuit to the ball was good. The backside pursuit from Williams Nwaneri was good. There's stuff that I liked. It wasn't all bad. And I'm willing to give John Butler and this defensive staff some time to kind of come together, see what it looks like with their players, and then have answers. I think it's a real plus for Nebraska that your defensive staff is John Butler, a guy who spent time in the NFL. I mean, it was talked about how he came up with a coverage to kind of fake Sorsby into that throw that led to the interception. You have a guy in Addison Williams that was a former defensive coordinator, Phil Snow, who's Matt Rule's top lieutenant for years. Like, you've got some smart guys who can come up with some stuff there. I just don't think it's smart to write off Nebraska's rush defense as guaranteed to be a problem all year long. I think we need to get further into the year. Do I think they're going to be 2009 level good against the run? No. Do I think this is going to be like Tony White's first year here in 2023? No. But can Nebraska put together a passable rush defense combined with a pretty good pass defense and overall be solid? Yes. My bigger question, guys, are they going to be able to rush the passer? Because I don't know, even accounting for Sorsby's ability to escape pressure, maybe they were trying more contained than they were straight going after him. Didn't feel like they were winning enough up front in passing situations. And that gets a lot harder because then you got to start blitzing. And we know that they want to do that, but you got to be really good in coverage if you're going to do that. And I don't know that they're going to get that level performance from their defensive backs every week.
Shafe, what is your Super Bowl pick?
Well, clearly the Bills to win the Super Bowl because I'm just going to keep predicting it until it happens.
Always, yeah.
So we'll go Bills. We'll go Bills Bucks. Bills Bucks Super Bowl.
Your obsession with Tampa Bay. It knows no bounds.
You know that they're about to make the playoffs for a 6th straight year?
Yes. They have won the division 5 years in a row, which is
nobody. I feel like that stat just hit me in the face when I read it. And I was like, nobody ever mentions this.
Yeah.
They keep doing it with different offensive coordinators. They've done it now with, 2 different quarterbacks and Brady and then Baker. They have an offensive, dream if you're a quarterback with all the talent they have up there. And Todd Bowles is an effective enough defensive coach that they can at least have a passable defense. And they play in a terrible division. But I'll just go Bucks because I think the NFC is wide open. And I'm not taking one of the teams out of the North. So that doesn't leave me.
You go Lions.
Bills Lions. I don't want to start the trolling this early. Besides the Packers, the Lions had their run for a couple. We're fully back on the Packers. My just total and utter disgust with your boy Jerry Jones right now. Very high. How could he do that to me right before the season started?
Shout out to Mike Schaefer, who, unlike Matt McMaster, who made the whole trade about him on Thursday, Mike didn't even text me about it until I texted him on Friday. So I want to give you a big shout out, Mike. Thank you.
It was one of those things where it felt like all I could really do was offer you a pat on the shoulder and tell you it won't be fine at all.
Correct.
Because it's a miserable feeling having gone through it in other sports.
Terrible.
When they trade someone really good that's a Hall of Fame level caliber player, and they're just doing it because they're cheap.
Yeah.
It's hard to get over as a sports fan because the return is never the same.
No,
You might get lucky.
we get first rounders that could be good, but he was good.
Yeah, at a position that's a premium,
Yeah,
a sheer premium.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Yep, it's bad.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Schaefer, we'll see up in the press box on Saturday.
Wow.
And we'll get the season started. I wonder if they'll have any beer for us in the press box.
Oh, that'd be nice.
I hadn't considered that that's an actual possibility now in 2025. There's some stadiums you go on the Big Ten trip, like Illinois, they'll bring up pizza and beer at the end of it for you. Minnesota, I think, has had beer in the past.
Well, Minnesota's got the dilly bar, so I mean that's a winner, right?
Yeah,
it's true.
I would much rather a nice grain belt than I would a dilly bar, personally.
I know, but I'm just saying. I mean, as far as bonuses, now I will say this, and I've said this before: the best Valentinos is post-game Valentinos.
Really?
I don't know what it is.
Crack.
It seems like it's greasier and more like.
Oh, Nick would hate it then.
Oh, it's really good.
The best Valentinos is by and large just found in that stadium, whether you're a fan or whether you're in the press box and getting post game Valentinos. It's not good anywhere else in America, but in that stadium, it is at least passable to quality. I'll give it that for sure.
Well, Shafe, we'll find out together if there's beer or not in the press box. Have a good one.
Well, what beer would you like? What would be your choice?
Cornhusker Crusher, Mike, the official craft beer of Nebraska.
Yeah, well, I hope that there's plenty of
on
them.
a shelf.
Look at those.
I hope there's plenty of them in the stadium on Saturday.
Us too.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7.
Bye,
See you,
Shafe.
Shafe.
Bye, guys.
We'll let him get some more stuff to decorate on his wall.
I can't wait. It's gonna be cool. It's cool to have stuff on your wall. I got to put more stuff on my wall behind me. I haven't done a good job since I moved 6 months ago.
It's probably better that you don't, because then you'll have the people on the YouTube chat saying, "How come there's not this? How come there's not that?
That's true.
How come you don't have this?"
Yeah, I don't have other teams' gear right now.
How
It's
come you don't have a
running
picture of
stuff
Matt Rule on the wall
and a friend of the program piece of wood. Very cool. Very cool.
Okay, coming up, K Ford's got some new numbers out.
Nice.
And we start our new segment on Wednesdays called the Random College Football Team of the Week, where we will pick a team at random,
Look at this.
not Nebraska.
Look at this. I'm going to do it right
And
now,
we
but
will
it won't be this team.
We will recap their game last week and look ahead to what they have this week.
Wow. If we would have done it right now, it would have been Florida State. Sorry. Got to put them back in the hat.
Yep.
We'll do it later.
Wild.
Yep.
Do it later.
We'll just put it back in the hat.
Yep. I'll move it around. We got to put them back at the bottom. All right. There we go.
That's still to come on 1620 The Zone. Right now, John Bishop and Josh Peterson here for Underdog. Football is back. Underdog is the best place to make picks. And get this, you don't have to cross any rivers. You don't have to do anything goofy. You could do it right here in the good old state of Nebraska. That's right. Underdog, you can play right now in Nebraska, and playing is easy. You just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on very simple stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Do you know, Josh, that they have a futures section?
What?
I just clicked on the NFL season.
Yeah.
And I decided two of the bigger names, of course, in the preseason, it was Shador. So I've got a lower selection on under or lower than 2.5 regular season games started. And then I went lower on Micah Parsons' 12.75 sacks, because remember, they count half sacks.
That's true.
That pays over 3 times your money. That's what you can do. So you don't even have to pick the games this week. You could pick a season as well, and they work for all kinds of sports.
And all you got to do, John, is download the app today. I did that recently. Sign up with our promo code 1620 The Zone. That is 1620 The Zone. No spaces, and you can get $50 in bonus funds when you place your first $5. Again, promo code 1620 The Zone. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog, make picks win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Make sure you bookmark 1620thezone.com because you can win great things. In fact, we've already inputted the first bit of data to something that's starting next week.
What's that?
On 1620thezone.com.
What's that?
Am I allowed to say?
I don't know, Nick.
Well, I can tell you this. You can go to 1620thezone.com right now and enter for your chance to win 2 tickets to the Ultimate Blur Tailgate Party for this week's game against Akron. So if you're headed to the stadium, you can join us. Michael and I will be doing the 1620 the pregame from there. But yes, 2 tickets to the exclusive Blur Tailgate Party.
What I will say about that thing for next week that John was alluding to.
Yeah.
Make sure you're subscribed to 1620 the email.
Oh, great idea, Nick. It's a great email.
You might get exclusive early access to something.
That is awesome.
That's never been done before.
That is awesome. By the way, John has a question for Nick.
Oh, tell me.
Why do we hear the data tones for the EAS test on the app now? We used to just hear silence. It's no big deal. I'm just curious. Are we testing everywhere now?
I don't have an answer for you.
Oh, well, that's
some
exciting.
Deep engineering stuff that I don't know anything about.
We don't have one of those anymore. So, anyway.
Well, K Ford has updated this week, and here is what they said. We've got each of the 4 power conferences, and K Ford was nice enough to also add the improvement. And oh my, look who is the biggest riser in the Big Ten Conference. That would be Fight On. Bum, 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 bum. Followed closely by No Fight at All, but apparently they're good again, Maryland.
What?
Wow.
Maryland had the
Fighting
next
Turtles.
biggest jump of the week. The biggest loser was UCLA.
They suck, John. They suck.
They dropped by 1.1 in the average number of wins
In conference, by the way.
conference. These are all conference wins.
If people are watching, like, why in the world everyone's record is 0-0? It's because those are their conference records.
Yeah, this is the conference wins. Nebraska improved by 1/10 of a point. So
Take that, Bill Connolly.
They're up to 5 wins.
Ooh, 5-4.
Right behind Illinois and Indiana. Indiana slipped a little bit. Michigan slipped.
Michigan only won by 17 points against New Mexico on Saturday night.
Tough look.
Tough look indeed.
Tough look for your Michigan Wolverines.
No, Nick, they're not mine. I would never pick them against Nebraska.
That's the Big Ten.
Yeah.
In the ACC,
what do we got?
The biggest riser was not Florida State.
Who was it?
It was old Virginia.
Virginia? No, are you sure?
Yeah, 1.1.
Oh, you're doing that. I thought you were talking about up spots. Okay.
Yeah, up spots.
Now,
Florida State went up 5 spots.
That's
now,
fine.
of course, the ACC was really crammed up. I mean,
Cram boys.
They got a lot of teams were projected with very equal number of wins in league.
Yeah.
But Virginia went up 4 spots. So now Florida State is right there on the heels of SMU. Miami, a little bit of an improvement.
How about who went down the most?
Oh yeah, that would be what's his face?
Your North Carolina Tar Heels down 1.3 projected conference wins.
Ooh.
Yikes.
They're almost as bad as Stanford.
Yikes. You do not want to be almost as bad as Stanford. You don't want to be that.
North Carolina has just a 1% chance of getting to 6 wins, according to K Ford, in the ACC.
Woof. Yeah, which would...
And no one's expecting that.
No.
Which is why it's only 1%.
Correct.
In the Big 12. Now, remember, there's a couple of teams that have... And this was another conference. This was another conference that had a lot of teams bunched together, but that win on the road by Utah jumped them up 7 spots. TCU on their heels, another road win, up 7 spots in the projected conference win. So now it's Utah at 6.4, TCU at 6.2. But again, look at how close everyone is. Iowa State, BYU right there, Texas Tech.
You know, what's interesting is that Iowa State already has a conference win, but man, the computers, of course, with such a small sample size, and Max says this, Utah did look really impressive. Utah blew them out.
Yes,
TCU blew them out.
Yes, they did.
Iowa State did blow out their second opponent, but they also have a conference win. Like, that is important. Meanwhile, you look around like, whoa, why did Arizona State drop so much? Well, they only beat Northern Arizona by 19 points. You know, why did UCF drop a little bit? Well, they only beat Jacksonville State by 3 points, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's like kind of the early lean on a lot of these things. Early lean.
And then in the SEC,
right, LSU didn't jump more.
LSU, just a slight tick up. Texas is still projected to win. They only dropped 1/10 of a point.
Yeah, I mean, they lost to one of the best teams in the country.
The biggest riser was Ole Miss.
Whoa.
Ole Miss up to 3rd. And not surprisingly, the biggest loser was Alabama, down 1.3 wins. They are now just projected to win 4.6 SEC games.
So if they did what they were projected to do, they would be an 8-4 team. If you round up, if you round down, then they're a 7-5 football team.
Correct.
And Kalen DeBoer's fired.
Yeah, he is, without question.
Yeah.
So there's a little update on K Ford.
Oh, sorry. Was there more?
Nope.
Okay.
That was it. That was all.
Interesting. Interesting season ahead for the Alabama Crimson Tide. Very interesting.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Did it surprise you that Nebraska pretty much kind of stayed pat?
Well, a little bit, just judging off of the Connolly numbers from yesterday.
Well, the Connolly numbers kind of sank them.
So I kind of thought, the computers are going to be similar, but I guess not. As every time we talk about this, it's always nice to have a win because it's just going to keep adding numbers. Like the Cincinnati game, it was not like Nebraska was projected to win by 30 and only won by 3. They were projected to win by 6.5 and only won by 3. But like, not that big of a deal. It was still like a game where they had like a 60-something% chance to win, and so it goes to 100 if you win the game. So maybe a little bit, but that's probably just judging it off of Bill's numbers yesterday.
Yeah, of course the Michigan trip to Norman will be the biggest game in the Big Ten. It's the biggest game in college football this week, but the biggest game also in the Big Ten conference.
Yeah, more narratives to come out of this one.
And then followed closely by Iowa State and Iowa. Iowa State is, they really went out. I mean, South Dakota is no slouch.
They destroyed
They're
them.
FCS, but they're no slouch. And so for Iowa State, you just walk in there and just
wallop them.
And remember,
they also had to play a week after traveling.
Exactly. And they responded a hell of a lot better than Kansas State did.
Yeah. And so this is a chance. I mean, 2 power wins within the first 3 weeks of the season, one over a hated rival in Iowa, one over a conference rival in Kansas State. Like they have a big opportunity to put themselves in a really nice spot. And as we mentioned yesterday, pick up their first win in that stadium since 2011. They have not won a home game in this series since 14 years ago. They have won multiple times over the Hawkeyes in that time frame, including last year. But of course, those were in Iowa City. So this is a big chance for Matt Campbell and his group in 2025 to really, I don't want to say become the unequivocal favorite at the top of that league, but I mean, this would be another nice win.
It'll certainly help their perception because a lot of people, especially the beginning of the season, were like, Iowa State's not going to be what they were last year.
Yeah, and I picked them to lose against Kansas State. And so they got that win in their pocket, and now they have a chance to beat Iowa.
And there's a couple other games, too, in conference where, it can certainly help with the league and the team narrative. Illinois going to Duke. That a lot of folks have been skeptical on whether or not Illinois is truly deserving,
including me,
of the ranking they have. They're currently number 11 in the AP poll. They're only a 2.5-point favorite going on the road to Duke. If they go in there and handle business, I think there'll be a little more confidence with what Illinois can be.
Yeah.
Normally, Oklahoma State at Oregon would have a similar impact, but have you seen the line in this game? It's almost 30.
Yeah, Oregon good, Oklahoma State
30,
not as good. And now that there's some of the other stuff going on, I think people are picking a nice big win by the Ducks. Nice big win by the Ducks.
And the Saturday night game, Boston College at Michigan State. So. Yeah, there's some tomato cans out there. Purdue's got Southern Illinois. Washington's playing UC Davis.
Nebraska's playing something called Akron.
Yes. Indiana's playing Kennesaw.
Asrin.
No, Nick. That's offensive. To asses. Don't compare them to Akron.
Nebraska lose to Akron?
No, they've not lost to Akron. They had a game canceled.
Bookmark that because we'll get you the full details, including which NFL games are we getting this week in Fired Up for Football. That's coming up in about an hour.
Yeah, John looks out for those of you who don't have Sunday ticket. He's a good human being. So I just say get Sunday ticket.
Most people don't have Sunday ticket.
I know. That's why you're a good person. I would just say get Sunday ticket.
Or you could get my DirecTV Sunday ticket.
Is that still around? I thought that got...
Hell yes.
It is for John.
It is very much around. I'd
hate to call the cops on him.
I just pulled the old satellite dish
officers
out of the attic and I dusted it off and I installed it and I got all my updates loaded. I am good to go in my DirecTV Sunday ticket.
Officers, something's going on at the Bishop household. I need you to check into it.
Well, that's happening all the time.
What? Officers coming over and checking?
Why are the cops coming to your house?
What
so
are you
much?
doing, you freak?
Well,
I don't.
I actually would love to hear you tell us.
Yeah, in detail.
So, Andy, the kids all say John's a righteous dude. That's a great reference to what movie, Nick?
I don't know.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Oh, yeah.
Good job, Andy. I appreciated it.
Coming up next,
I saw that painting.
Because tomorrow we're picking the playoffs, but the playoff picks are coming in hot and heavy for the NFL.
It's that time of year.
And
don't have to watch tomorrow's game. Nobody should watch.
They probably shouldn't.
It'll be bad. No need.
But maybe a little primer on what we have to come tomorrow here on the Grum on 1620 The Zone. Another NFL season is upon us. And once again, we're your home for the best of the NFL. Westwood 1. We'll have Thursday night's game.
Awesome.
The Sunday night games. Of
Awesome.
course, the playoffs. And don't
Hey.
forget the Chiefs broadcast this year, mostly on 1290, correct?
Yep, 1290. Also, the international games. People forget about the international
I
games.
would never forget about those. They're on Sunday mornings, and they're fun to watch.
Remember that time that the Chiefs and the Dolphins played in Germany, and all those Chiefs fans were making those arm movements?
I do remember, Nick. I remember that being a great Sunday of NFL action, in theory, and then it wasn't as good because the Cowboys
Chiefs-
lost to the Eagles.
The Chiefs won that game.
They did win that game because they always win those games.
But
But
tomorrow,
maybe not this year.
Tomorrow we'll give you our picks, including doing our playoff draft, which is still not paid off.
The
any winners.
Nick buys the guy's lunch draft, but never pays it off. It's
True.
a bit wordy, but that's what it's called.
It'll get paid off eventually.
Yeah, and we're not counting your wedding. That does not
No,
count.
I know it's fine. I'll get you some Broncos or something.
Hey, I'm good with that.
Bill Barnwell today went through his annual exercise, and the facts are these: since 2002,
Which
since
is the
2002,
32-team NFL.
an average of 7.9, or rounded up 8, of the 14 teams that qualified for the playoffs the previous year qualified the following year. So off the top, on average, 6 of the teams that were in the postseason last year won't be there this year.
Okay.
And as you look at this and you try to figure out, all right, who are going to be those teams?
Yep.
Who are going to be those teams?
We talked about it recently. I had a hot take in Hot Take Market that the AFC, there is a world where there is just one new team, because I imagine a lot of people like the division champs. Do you like the Ravens? Do you like the Chiefs? Do you like the Bills? Do you like the Texans? All right. There's 4. Then you look at the wild cards from last year. People love the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
People absolutely love the Broncos to make it back to the playoffs. The Steelers. Do you like the Steelers to make it back to the playoffs? Nick, those are.
Aaron Rodgers.
I do like laughter, Nick.
All right, so last
the
week,
Chargers, and then who am I forgetting? Is that it? I think I named all 7 of them.
So last week, Nick, you weren't here, but last week we did an exercise where we did a confidence level 1 through 5,
Okay.
and we just held up our fingers, said, "Okay."
Oh,
what
and the
number?
yeah.
What is your confidence level? We'll just go team by team. We'll start with the AFC.
On making the playoffs?
On making the playoffs. What is your confidence level of the Kansas City Chiefs to make the playoffs in 2025?
4.
I got 3.
Whoa. Why only 3? They have
Because-
Patrick Mahomes.
Because they've got the Chargers and they've got the Broncos.
And the Raiders.
And remember, when
First place sketch, the Eagles in week 2.
remember we pointed out the exercise. There's a chance they could go 2 and 4 in their
The
first
2
6
and
games.
4 Chiefs, Nick. Can you imagine a world?
Oh, we need to stop
I'm
talking
at
about
a-
that.
Imagine a
I'm
world.
at a 3 right now with the
I
Chiefs.
love it. Wow, you're disrespecting them. That one
And I'm
listener.
fine. Fine. Say I'm disrespecting them. I'm just saying it's not so much. What's a couple of things? It's hangover.
Oh, yeah. That's real.
Did they actually improve their offensive line?
Mm.
Remember, they're going to be without
Rashee Rice.
Rashee Rice the
Does
first 6 games.
Travis Kelce want to put himself in harm's way more now that he's
Travis
He's
engaged?
worried about a different ring these days, folks.
Well,
Nice.
and let's face it, he was
Mid.
about 70% of
Kinda
well,
chunky.
I don't even know. Was he 50%?
Body shame.
Was he 50% of
I'd say
peak
70.
Travis
70
Kelce?
is a pretty solid
Yeah,
number.
it was honestly kind of sad to watch
Wow.
a little bit.
And the division.
Tough
But
division.
even the team at the bottom, the Raiders are better.
At the Cowboys on Thanksgiving, tough.
Sure.
John, that's a fantastic argument, but much like the Nebraska tax, I'm adding a Chiefs tax.
That's
where
that's
wins.
fine.
They're gonna win a game that they
All right.
should.
All right, that took 2 minutes. We got to move a little
Next
faster.
team, Buffalo Bills.
5.
I'll go 4.
They're in the AFC East.
That's true.
I'm
I'll
not
go
buying
5.
the other teams.
I'll
5.
go 5.
Okay.
Baltimore Ravens. 4.
5.
Better division than the AFC East.
Only argument to drop it to a 4, which would be fair, is what if Lamar gets hurt because he's got hurt? But they still are usually contending for the playoffs.
Yeah.
I'll go with a 5.
Houston Texans.
Yeah, 3 is the number, I think, for this one.
It's a bad division too, but
They're kind of stinky.
yeah.
Yeah.
Chargers.
I'll go 3.
I'm going 4.
I'll go for it.
Okay.
I'm going 4. Pittsburgh Steelers.
2.
2's all the way around. Denver Broncos.
3.
I'm a little high on
You're a little high.
A lot of people are high on the
All right.
Broncos.
Detroit Lions.
4.
3.
So talented.
4.
Super talented.
Super talented.
Lot of new players.
New coordinators.
Yeah, that's what I meant. New coordinators. Yes.
And kind of like
Hangover.
the AFC West.
Hangover.
Getting better.
Brutal division.
Philadelphia Eagles. Here's the 1-5 I'll give.
I'll go 4.
Nick, from your lips to God's ears, from your fingers to God's ears.
I mean, why can't the hangover apply to them too?
It could, but they're in a division that is very
Tampa
winnable.
Bay Buccaneers. I got a 4.
I'll go 3.
3 feels
Again,
right.
stinky division.
Unless the Falcons win it.
The Los Angeles Rams.
I'm only going to go 3. It's just because of the Stafford back issues.
I am too.
His neck is back.
I am
His
too.
neck, his back.
That's it. Where the song ends.
Minnesota Vikings.
Whoa, John went with a 1.
Wow.
I don't.
JJ, he won a natty.
He's
He
never
won a
played in
natty.
a pro football game.
He won a natty.
He's never played in a pro
Neither
football
did
game.
CJ Stroud, and then he took the
Give him a
Texans to the
game
playoffs.
and then he will.
Yeah.
Okay,
playing a
but
game
they're
in a week.
but the Minnesota Vikings aren't in the AFC South.
So on Monday, after the game Monday, will you put him back in the playoffs because he will have played a game?
No.
Oh, okay.
Washington Commanders.
3.
I'll go 3.
Yeah,
3's good.
And the Green Bay Packers.
5.
4.
Because they're going to ruin my life. That's not all the playoff teams. Did we name everybody?
That's it. That's
Wow.
all 14.
Wow.
That means we got some work to do if we're going to eliminate 6.
Let's do it.
Well, coming up next, we'll be joined in the video stream today by David Ubben of The Athletic. He took quite the journey to see as many college football games in person as he could.
Awesome.
We'll talk about that and what his impressions were when we continue next on 1620 The Zone. David Ubben will be joining us in just a few moments. I saw this during the break.
Yeah.
Do you follow Rob Perez?
No.
He tweets a lot about
NBA, right?
The NBA.
Yeah.
Does
you do?
Well, one of the reasons why he is obsessed with car chases.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely John coded.
He loves car chases.
No lie detected, Nick.
He tweeted out a video just a little bit ago. Apparently, the cops in Las Vegas have a new car chase deterrent.
What's that?
It's called the grappler.
I've seen this. Yeah.
It shoots some, it's like a rope or a chain of some kind. It shoots it out and grabs the other car. It's almost like a long grappling hook. And it basically just stops the car, right? So imagine you're pursuing the other car and
should have had that for the OJ chase.
All of a sudden you shoot. Exactly.
Should have had the grappler.
It shoots out this thing and it grabs the other car and you basically pull it to a stop.
Yeah. It's that easy.
That is cool. I want to see more of this.
You want to get one on your own vehicle?
Oh, God. Could you imagine how much fun that would be?
I mean, it might be
that
illegal.
Idiot hanging out in the left lane, going 5 under the speed limit because they don't understand that's not what that lane is for.
John and I were behind a couple of idiots on Thursday as we made on Wednesday as we made our way down to Kansas City. Imagine if you would have had the grappler. Now, the issue is that would have slowed us down, though, because we would have had to then unhook from the car.
Well,
other cars would have been around us.
That's the other problem. I haven't thought this all the way through yet.
Yeah, well, more time to discuss it, I think. Time to discuss it, I think.
But OPD, get your pockets out and get your grapplers.
Yeah, indeed.
Let's welcome in David Ubben of The Athletic, who looks fit and fresh and
finally got some sleep.
Gotten some sleep.
Little bit.
Did you calculate all the miles that you drove?
Is it somewhere between 1,000 and 1,100? Yeah.
Whew.
And did you calculate the amount of hours that you've slept over the last week?
We're hovering in the 20s probably. So it's not good, man. It's not good.
So for the record, for those of you not familiar, and David wrote about this today in The Athletic, he went and tell me if I'm missing any games here. You went, you started with NC State, East Carolina, then went to App State versus Charlotte, then to Tennessee, Syracuse, which was in Atlanta. Then up the ways to LSU, Clemson, then back to Atlanta for South Carolina, Virginia Tech, and then wrapped up with the Monday night debacle at North Carolina. Did I get them all?
Look at you. That's good. That was good. You ran it through. I didn't have to do it. Good job. Here.
Yeah. So what was how long ago did you come up with this idea, and then how did you go about picking the games?
It was probably March or April. I forget. I was just kind of looking at the schedule, and I was telling people it's like that Zach Galifianakis gif. I could see the map just like turning in my head. And it wasn't really too tough to pick the games because it was just the ones that we could really get to. The only really debate was Friday night, either Wake Forest and Kennesaw State or App State and Charlotte. But Winston-Salem would have added like another 90 minutes onto the drive. We had to get to Atlanta, so just logistically, we went to the one that was a little bit closer. So, and it was good to get some G5 flavor in there, even though it was at a neutral site. So, yeah, but I think I pitched it pretty early in the spring, and we were kind of all in on making it happen. So there'll be some – I was doing travel logs. There's a lot of video content from the trip, so that'll be out later this week. Our video team has all that, so it should be fun. There's still more coming, and it was pretty unforgettable, I got to tell you. So.
Yeah, David, reading the story today was interesting. And because like you went to some pretty memorable games, and I think games that at the end of the year, we're going to look back and say like, wow, maybe we learned a lot about LSU or certainly North Carolina. How much was there a debate, whether it's you internally or with your editors, about focusing on the spectacle versus focusing on what was happening on the field in some of those important moments?
Well, for some of those games, I mean, we were covering them live. So, like, I wrote a column off of Clemson's game, and then, we had 3 people at North Carolina, so I wrote a little bit at the gun for that of just kind of takeaways from that game. So there's some, like, sort of ground-level coverage of the actual game. But I think we were kind of open to whatever we felt like it was going to be, and I think going around to the sport, it was just a good sort of check-in on the health of college football, which has kind of been a pretty hotly debated topic, because on the one hand, it's a more valuable property than ever. The schools are making more money than ever. But on the other hand, it's losing a lot of the identity and tradition and regionality and a lot of the things that made it into a billion-dollar enterprise. So what does that mean? What does that look like? We kind of wanted to tackle some of those. And, it's kind of weird starting a season, writing a story, trying to answer the question of what is college football. But I think in the simplest terms, I don't know that we thought about it that way from the start. But I think as we kind of got closer and we're kind of looking at it, I think trying to answer the question of what is college football was kind of the unstated goal of the trip a little bit.
David Ubben of The Athletic joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Obviously, with LSU Clemson, you got 2 blue bloods, 2 top 10 programs. You had other blue bloods or other top 15 rated teams. I'm curious, especially with those first 2 games. You got NC State, East Carolina, which is a rivalry. But not one that people outside of that region are really familiar with. You have Appalachian State and Charlotte, which, is going down the ladder a bit in FBS. I'm curious what your perception was being there, because those aren't usually programs we talk about when we talk about $20.5 million in NIL and all of this. And what did you take away from those experiences in terms of what you experienced from a fan and an atmosphere standpoint?
Well, I think a lot of it was, you might not care about those teams, and Joe on the street may not care about those teams, and Steve in Seattle or, Jacques in Baton Rouge or whatever might not care about those games. But I reference this in the story. Obviously I've been very excited about the video game coming back, and EA Sports, when they were kind of building this out in the identity of the stadiums and the programs and all the little things that people know, they leaned into the mantra of every team is somebody's favorite team. So you have to put the same energy into LSU and Ohio State as you put into Eastern Michigan and Hawaii and all these things. And so, yeah, they're never going to fill up a huge stadium, but the people that are there are really invested in App State, especially App State, a team that's, had a super proud history at the FCS level. They've had some success at the FBS level. And obviously Charlotte doesn't have the history of it, but they do have some fans. It's not a huge fan base. And so for the people that are really invested and have a lot of their lives tied up in that, what does that look like? We wanted to answer that question as well. So I was glad we were able to get to games. I kind of wish that one would have been on a campus. That would have been nice, but it's week 1 and beggars can't be choosers. And there's some limitations with geography because when you start introducing flights, you sort of get into some real uncontrollable variables. But fortunately, no engine trouble, no flat tires. We pretty much smooth sailing for the most part on the trip.
David, you said earlier, health of the sport, thinking about that, what answer or answers do you think you got over the course of these 5 days watching football and talking to fans of, varying levels of expectations, levels of the sport, et cetera?
I think on the whole, there's a lot of reasons to not like college football right now, or to have your love of the sport maybe lessened from what it was, or this is not the college football that I grew up with. I think all those things are true. I think all those things are fair. But I think the biggest takeaway is that all the things that made this sport valuable and all the pieces that put together a fall game day, this energy and the experience that can't really be duplicated, especially at a place that's really excited. And in week 1, everybody's excited. There's no such thing as meaningless football in week 1. That stuff is still there. And the places that really care about college football, obviously you guys live in one that cares about it as much as anywhere. That stuff is still very much the lifeblood of the sport and the reason why people keep coming back, even as there's lots of reasons to not come back. Nebraska's not in the Big 8 anymore. I don't think Nebraska fans are real fired up to go, have Rutgers in town or make a trip to Piscataway or whatever. But at the end of the day, that's what they do. It's Nebraska. That's what a lot of these places do. And for all the garbage around the sport and all the things that make people mad and, USC playing football games at 9 a.m. Pacific and all this stuff, there's still the game day. And there's still, you show up on campus, you have a connection to a place that means a lot to you. And that's not going away. And so I think that was kind of my biggest takeaway is, when I think about this trip, in a year or 10 years or whenever, I'm not going to be really thinking about the games or the moments on the field or the plays or spectacular moments on the field. It's the stuff outside of the game that makes college football unique and separates it from all the other sports in the country, especially the NFL. There's nothing really like it. And so for all of the nonsense in the sport, and there's a lot of it, that stuff is still there.
David Ubben of The Athletic. Is college football too big to fail?
In some places it is. I don't think it is everywhere. I think, it's tough. I was talking to my podcast co-host, and I was noting that, with Lee Corso gone, I'm going to miss him like every week. And in terms of things that I think about every week and miss it, it's going to be him in the Pac-12. That's pretty much it. And so ultimately, there are places in the Pac-12, the Rose Bowl and UCLA. You look at games there and you're like, I don't love that. That doesn't look like it's that great.
No.
But in the places that really care, I think it probably is, because it's so ingrained in the flow and the rhythms of the seasons and just what people do. But I think a lot of it is that college football as a product, especially as a television product and in a lot of other ways, the TV networks, which are sort of controlling a lot of the sport right now, sort of just see the fans who really care about the sport as you're going to be there regardless. So we don't need to do anything to serve you. We don't care about you at all. We're chasing after Joe Blow in the TV market that's not, that doesn't care about this, that doesn't bleed into it. We're going to do all kinds of stuff to serve that person. And that kind of sucks for the people who really care, because they're going to be there regardless. And the sport gets less and less about the things that they love. And you're serving a group more and more that doesn't love the sport. And you're probably never going to get them. And I think a lot of fans feel that.
Yeah.
And in your trip, you went to, like I said, you went to Atlanta. So there was neutral site games. But as you were talking, the thing that makes college football so unique is these games happen on campus. And there's just a different vibe. Like last week, Josh and I were down in Kansas City. It was a great atmosphere. Nebraska filled the place, and there was a lot of spirit there, but it didn't feel like a true Nebraska game, because I wasn't walking past the Love Library. I wasn't walking past, the trees. I wasn't walking through the courtyard. I wasn't walking up to the stadium. And I think that's one area, as you were talking, David, about, television networks and setting up matchups. You're right. To the guy who's watching in New York or, in Chicago, they just want to see the names and the helmets. It doesn't really matter where the game is played. But for the people, the P1s, as we call it in our business, that atmosphere of being on campus in a campus facility means a lot. And it's one of the biggest differentiators between this sport and just about any other sport that we watch.
But everybody needs money, and those neutral site games pay well. They're not going anywhere. People don't like them, but as much as it's a competitive issue, it's a money issue. You can make $5-6 million, and if you're going to play a home and home with somebody, well, you might get whatever the gate is for that, and all that other stuff. But you're giving that up if you're playing, the other half of that home and home, versus maybe you play a neutral site 2 years in a row. That's $10 million in your pocket for a lot of these games. So just as much as, again, this goes back to the main point of the actual fans are not being served here. It's money that the fans are never going to see, that doesn't really impact them. And, with rev share and all those other things, which is legitimately a complicated moral issue, I do think. That complicates the chase for money. But ultimately, this is something I've been talking about for the whole offseason. They're asking more and more of fans while giving them less and less. And that's a tough place for the sport to be.
David, we spent the majority of this conversation talking about what you learned from the, big picture with the sport. What did you learn about the 2025 college football season, given that you had a chance to watch some matchups? I mean, the Clemson LSU one, a couple of potential playoff teams. I think we learned a lot about North Carolina and what they will be this year. What did you learn from this trip?
Well, one, I'm still in on Clemson. I think Clemson's still going to be a national title contender. I think the first game of the year is always complicated. I wouldn't be surprised if Clemson finished with a better record than LSU just because of the schedule. But I think they'll both be back. They'll both probably be in the playoff. And I think Alabama is mortal now. I think that's probably my biggest takeaway is that doesn't mean they're not going to make the playoff. They're not going to compete for the SEC. But they've been the main character in college football for 15 plus years now. And I don't think that's true anymore. That's a big takeaway is they've just defined so much. They've been the gold standard. Their assistant coaches from the Saban tree are everywhere. Every school's kind of chasing them. They're just another team now. And I think that's sort of a stark reality, but I don't know how you can watch them the last 2 years and think anything different.
David Ubben joining us from The Athletic. There are a couple of schools, one of them that you saw kind of fit in the same boat, and that's South Carolina and Illinois. They're both programs that have high expectations, but they're kind of non-traditional in that they haven't competed in their conference championship either ever or in a very, very long time. I'm curious what you thought about South Carolina. Lenora Sellers, they came on late. It was a nip and tuck game until the very end. I'm curious if what you saw out of South Carolina and Shane Beamer's squad reinforces that, hey, maybe this could be the dark horse playoff team that folks are pegging them as.
Maybe. I mean, it's interesting because any game that they walk into, they're going to have, at least two of the best players on the field, maybe probably 1 and 2. We'll see what Nick Harbor becomes as well. He's one of the more interesting guys in the sport. But the rest of the roster, I think, is the big question for me. I think offensively, they got a lot of questions. I didn't love what I saw from Mike Shula and then how they used Lenore Sellers in there, even though he had some really special moments in that ball game. But I think they are enjoying what a lot of schools are. And the same thing with Illinois is there's continuity is so precious in the sport right now. And that's on the coaching staff, which I don't think is that much different than it's been. But obviously retaining your best players and developing your best players and then adding some pieces. That's really hard. I think both of those schools did that really well. And that's why, obviously it starts with you got Luke Altmaier back, you got Lenora Sellers back. It starts with the quarterback spot. But they bring back a ton, and they aren't having to answer a ton of huge questions. And if you can do that, you're already ahead of everybody else. But then you need some injury luck. You got to win some close games. There's a lot that stands between them when they're up against it, and you're going to be playing uphill because you're not going to be the most talented team. You're a really good team. You're experienced, but you walk on a field with Georgia, you walk on a field with Ohio State, you're going to have to do something special to win that game, no matter how much continuity you have, because the talent gap is just different. So I think I'm in on both those teams. I think I like what they do. They're just really solid, but for them to do what they're hoping they can do, I think it's a big ask. We'll see if they get there.
David, last one for me. We had you on 2 years ago. I mean, not to the day, but pretty darn close.
You guys have good memories, I guess.
We had you on around the Nebraska-Colorado game, and because you were covering
about Prime.
Yeah, you were covering them for.
If you say so, I believe you. So
I wonder how you compare the North Carolina opener under Belichick to that. And just what the environment, the atmosphere, the bullishness of the fans, because I think Monday went for North Carolina like a lot of people thought it would go for Colorado 2 years ago, and obviously that wasn't the case.
Well, there's a lot of differences. For one, I think Dion, I think I wrote that season kind of early on. Dion is probably the only coach in the country who recognizes that the entire sport is a television show, and that we're going to treat it as such. Yes, we want to win. Yes, we want to develop people. But it's a television show. It's got to be entertaining. And he definitely leans into that. Bill Belichick, not exactly the case. But I think the difference in these two teams is, yes, Dion inherited a much worse situation, but they had legitimately great receivers.
Yep.
A really good quarterback in Shador, and then a generational player in Travis Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had a good quarterback who could deliver it, and then most of the teams they played were going to struggle to cover them. Everything else was, was what it was. You can't do everything in 1 year. Now they've kind of built this team where they don't have the same explosiveness, they don't have the same excellence at quarterback, but they're much better. It's a much better roster. That took time. Not only sort of building the culture that you want in your team, the kind of players you want in your team, but just adding bodies. It's tough in the portal, especially on the lines. You can't really find a great defensive lineman in the portal. There's just not very many. So with Bill Belichick, I think that was my biggest takeaway is being in that game Monday night. I didn't really take that as a repudiation of Bill Belichick that much. They don't have good players. Like, you look at their roster, I mean, their best guys left late. Bo Atkinson goes to Ohio State. Ohio State doesn't take a bunch of, punks. They take good players. Amari Campbell goes to Penn State. Same deal. Talk about continuity, and then Howard Sampson goes to Texas Tech. Those are 3 really good players on the line, especially those edge rushers and linebackers. Guess what? Their defense struggled. Imagine that. They lost 2 of their best players from a 6-7 team, and they're struggling to stop probably what is a pretty good Big 12 team. So I think for me, the real test for Belichick is not, can he beat TCU? That doesn't really matter. And obviously we know the answer to that. I think the interesting thing for me will be, this is what you've got. It's not great. They aren't particularly good at anything, it looks like. But can you turn this team into a different team in mid-November where people are looking at them, remembering that game and saying, that looks like a totally different team, And that might separate it from Deion, because Deion, that team kind of was what it was, but by the end of the year, they were pretty beat up. Shador missed that first year. He missed the last game and a half because he just got, rocked constantly. So if you can have a team that looks much better in November, I think you got to feel pretty good if you're North Carolina, because the talent acquisition piece, you're always probably going to be playing uphill. If you're in the ACC, if you are North Carolina, you're going to have to pay up and have somebody that aggressively wants to go get guys. But I think, to me, that's the real test for Belichick is, what is this team in November, and what does that mean for his time at UNC? Not, can you beat TCU in your first game? Although it did look really bad. And I think like a 2-10, 3-9, even with the schedule, I didn't think that was possible. I think that's on the board now, but I don't think they'll get there. But if they did, I can't say that I'd be floored, because you watch them and it's just, can we catch a punt? Can we catch a swing pass? Can you complete a pass? A lot of basic stuff was not going great. And then, I talked to Sonny Dykes after the game. They came out in that 6 offensive lineman set, definitely caught them off guard. They had trouble with their run fits, and they weren't really prepared for that. I mean, one defensive possession, you're on the sideline, you adjust, and then it just turns the faucet off completely on the offense. They had no answers the rest of the game. That's concerning. That's coaching. That's not players. So it's going to be interesting. I'll be at their game this week, too. It's about 15 minutes from my house. They're playing at Charlotte, actually. So 2 teams I saw on my road trip, I'll see again on Saturday night.
Well, David, if you do this exercise again, we hope you can maybe bring it to this part of the country. Oh, he's done. He's out. He's out.
I promise you I won't. That's no more.
And if you did, and you did come to this part of the country, you'd never be able to do it because of all the road construction. So
yeah, it'd be a pain in the butt.
You could probably swing a Big 8 or a Southwest Conference road trip. I don't know about a Big 10 these days. That's tough. You're going to need a private jet for that one.
It'd be a lot more difficult.
Yeah, you can. I mean, if you think about it, depending on when the games are played, you could hit Lincoln on a Thursday. You could hit, Ames Saturday afternoon, drive down to Columbia for a Saturday night, and then maybe something like that.
Good times.
Those are good days. All right, David.
Don't get my brain thinking. I need to not have that in my head.
So. All right. Well, let's get back to normal.
Thank you, David.
Appreciate it. Good stuff.
Appreciate it, y'all. Thanks.
David Ubben of The Athletic.
What a cool trip. What an awesome opportunity. I know that every offseason people are like, if you were to do the thing where you do X amount of games and X amount of days, what would you go to? I love that he didn't just go to all of the obvious games. And then he tried to make it a true road trip. He mentioned the flying, and that in theory would have made it easier in some ways, but it could have made it a whole lot difficult, a little more scarier in terms of cancellations and such. But he saw a nice mixture. And I mean, he saw some actual playoff teams too, or potential playoff teams, in one of the games of the weekend in LSU and Clemson.
I saw a tweet earlier today.
Yeah.
That I thought was interesting. And then I got some more context later on. So earlier this morning, Jamie Pollard, Iowa State is hosting Iowa, and they're hosting Big Noon Kickoff.
Yes.
Which means they're also hosting Dave Portnoy.
Yes.
And we all remember the stink from last week that, Ohio State didn't want him in the stadium, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Jamie Pollard tweeted out this morning,
Iowa State AD.
Iowa State is not Ohio State. Dave Portnoy and then he tags Barstool Sports will be live from Ryman Plaza Saturday as part of Fox's Big Noon Kickoff.
Is that like the Union? Is that their version of the
something
Union?
like that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And he was like, like almost saying, "Hey, Ohio State, they're trying to silence him. We're not going to."
Mhm.
And then this report came out from Ross Dellinger later this afternoon. Brett Yormark and the Big 12 ADs held a 40-minute call today with Dave Portnoy, offering him a blank canvas of engagement opportunities and emphasizing their full support of integrating the Barstool brand across league campuses, starting with this week's game.
So unlike Ohio State and maybe the rest of the Big Ten, they're leaning into it.
They're leaning into the bit, but it's kind of like a Barstool thing as well. So, and remember the Big 12, they've done the thing with the WWE. They wanted to do the thing where they take games down to Mexico.
Very much.
They're trying a whole bunch of different
Your
things.
guy, Brett Yormark.
And Larry Scott 2.0 is now getting into bed with Dave Portnoy and Barstool.
Well, and the other thing, too, is they are not hated. They are not Ohio State because Portnoy is a Michigan guy. This is Nick's favorite content maker, Dave Portnoy. Yeah.
I don't like that he's getting in bed with the Big 12.
He's getting in bed with your Iowa State Cyclones.
That's right. And Iowa. And by proxy, Iowa.
And by,
I
yeah.
I don't like this.
Well, do you like this, Nick? It's time for a sports flash.
What? Sports flash. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update. Sports flash. From the Sports Flash Sports Desk. Did Omaha PD buy a grappler?
No, well, I can't confirm nor deny that. But, John, this involves your team. Your team. John's saying, what team? Is it the Cubs? Is it the Rams?
Would you just get
Is it
to
the
it?
Milwaukee Bucks for some reason?
What?
No, he's a Kings guy.
Could it be the Montreal Canadiens? No, it is none of those teams.
Which team is it?
Breaking news from Nebraska Prep. Damn it, I went a little too slow. Pending final approval, Fremont will join the Metro Conference.
What?
The Metro Conference. Elkhorn North will also join the conference with their move to Class A in 2026-2027. To which Sam writes, 1, is John okay? 2, does this make Fremont Eastern Nebraska?
Oh, congrats, John.
Wait a minute.
Fremont's Omaha. We came for you. We invaded your town, John.
So wait, Fremont.
You're just Western Omaha.
So what? So what? The Metro Conference is like being the Big Ten and going out and
I guess so.
stealing teams. We've been a proud member. Well, it's called the Heartland Conference. It used to be called the Big Ten.
Oh, the Heartland
real
is dead,
Big Ten.
John.
Western Omaha.
Wow.
So
Congrats
Fremont
to
is now
Fremont for
getting
being
into bed
Western
with the
Omaha.
Omaha schools, where before, because they were in the
Yeah,
Heartland
I
Conference.
don't even know
So
what that means.
basically all the Lincoln schools, Grand
Okay.
Island,
Grand
Columbus,
Island. That place sucks.
Kearney, I think.
That place is home of my parents. Doesn't
Wow,
suck.
so conference realignment has come for high school
It
sports.
hits us all everywhere. It really does.
I need to talk to my peeps there at Fremont and
Are you
find
gonna
out
be
what's
okay,
going on
John?
here. I don't know, man. You know this, but like
You're gonna get your ass whooped, John. We're coming for you.
All the really good football and
We coming.
basketball and pretty much all the sports except like cross country are in Omaha.
Kevin writes, Josh, you suck. Oh, Kevin must be from Grand Island. Sorry, Kevin. Grand Island sucks,
It's
man.
not even an island.
Terrible town.
What about our rivalry with Columbus?
What about
not a rivalry anymore,
dude?
John.
It's like all the great
Are we gonna
rivalries that are
play for
dead.
the Victory Bell anymore?
No, it's dead. Everything is
Man.
dying. It's very sad.
I don't know if I'm liking this, man.
Yeah, it's all very sad.
No more ringing that bell, John. Their bells are going to get rung.
Doug in Harrison, Idaho writes, Grand Island definitely sucks. Poll question, does Grand Island suck?
Put it up.
You know, that's actually a good poll question, Nick.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow, this is. Don't know what to think.
How many listeners do you think we have in Grand Island?
I mean, what else are you going to do there?
Ha! Got him.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Thanks for listening. We appreciate you.
We do appreciate you.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
awesome. You're the most important voice of all. Yours.
I like Grand Island. I got no issues with Grand. Why did you just put a poll question up that asked does Grand Island suck?
Nick said to do it.
Have you not been listening?
Yeah, Nick, he wasn't
But
listening.
why
He was
did
looking
you
at reading
do
about
it?
conference realignment.
Well, yeah,
High school
conference realignments come from my high school.
J-Man writes, somebody call Vyers. Who's Vyers?
I don't know.
Ooh.
Vyers. He said Vyers.
Did he mean Vers?
He probably meant Vers.
Oh, that's not how Vers is spelled. I understand.
That's not how anything is spelled.
Vyers.
That's not a word.
Vyers.
Man, we ain't gonna be whooping up on that Columbus Discover ass anymore.
Wow, I just got a lot of hearts sent to me by someone who also hates Grand Island.
Wow.
Like 1,000 hearts.
So now we got to kick the crap out of Omaha Central. Good luck with that.
Yeah, you guys are going to get your ass whooped, John. We're kicking your ass down to Class B.
Or maybe not. Maybe this is our move because now everyone's going to transfer to Fremont.
Interesting.
You know, we got the $20.5 million in rev share too.
Whoa, that might make you good. Theo writes, "Go Tigers." You got Theo.
Sorry, teacher, I was late for school. I live in Omaha.
D'Lo says the correct question is, how many Grand Island listeners did you have? Yeah, all 2 of them are gone now.
I don't dislike Grand Island.
I'm so mad I'm going to go pee in my toilet that's outside.
They'd rather kick a can down the road, I guess.
Well, coming up next, it's time to get fired up for
Let's
football.
go with a new open. I can't wait to hear it.
Hopefully, if you remember to put it in.
Oh, I put it in, John.
16-20 the zone.
Good people of the American heartland, lend me your ears. The greatest news since the restoration of the Cracker Barrel logo is here. It's football season. Time to turn your attention to those wings on the grill and to yelling at the telly every time Desmond Howard opens his mouth. In the college game, the Big Ten Conference tries for an unprecedented third straight national championship and pins their hopes on James Franklin and Penn State. In the National Football League, the Philadelphia Eagles are now the team with the bullseye on their backs. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson still seek their first Super Bowl. And could it be the Bears and the Raiders might actually be good? Join us now as Unsportsmanlike Conduct previews the coming week of gridiron action. Here are the games you will watch. Here, in the order in which you will watch them. Here is Fired Up for Football 2025.
There we go. It's a full slate. Everybody is playing. There's no bye weeks. There's no idle weeks. There's nothing.
Are you sure about that?
The most important teams are playing. That's all.
Yours. David texts in saying, my son also loves using an English accent for our Alexa. He's 6. We love fake English accents, don't we, folks?
Here we go. Fired up for football this week. Micah Parsons approved. College week 2 starts on Friday. And boy, look at this great slate of games.
Hey, man. Big Jim Madsen
against Louisville. All the directional Illinois schools are apparently playing.
John, you didn't do the graphic that when I am a spotter, you have me looking through binoculars because that's where I'll be for Western Illinois and Northwestern.
I can fix that.
I was making fun little helpful charts for Lisa where I can help her with the special teams crews. Look at that. Excellent work by me. Shout out to me.
Well, congratulations. You and the people in the booth and the people running the cameras will be the only ones watching.
You're not going to watch and support your partner, Josh Peterson. We've been working together for a decade and a half.
Means I have to watch Northwestern.
You get to watch Northwestern. You got to do a little scouting for the game in October.
If Nebraska shows up with a pulse, they'll win that game.
Yeah.
That's Friday. To Saturday afternoon, big noon kickoff.
Look at that.
Is in Ames, Iowa,
Big
as the
noon kickoff.
Hawkeyes, who haven't lost in Ames in over a decade, play at number 16 Iowa State.
Nick, how old were you in 2011? 14?
Yes.
Wow. And could they finally end that streak?
The CW.
What?
Baylor at number 17 SMU. Virginia and NC State. That's some hot ACC action for you.
Hell yeah, it is. We mentioned
11
Illinois.
o'clock on ESPN. Illinois is at Duke.
You mentioned that earlier, man. That's a nice little game. That's a sneaky little game.
CBS drew the short straw. At least they get Oregon, but ooh boy, Thurman Thomas and Barry Sanders ain't coming through that door for Oklahoma State.
No, they definitely are not.
And
Neither
Mike
is
Gundy
Des
is
Bryant.
coming through that door, but he won't be playing quarterback. He's
filming a commercial.
That's at 2:30. Ole Miss is at Kentucky.
Remember, Kentucky beat Ole Miss last year, helped keep them out of the playoff.
You know what actually might be the best game in the mid-afternoon window? Kansas at Missouri.
Nick, these states fought in the Civil War, and now they fight on a football field.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And giving a little SEC network love, South Florida at Florida.
South Florida whooped on Boise. This
Yes,
is
they
an
did.
interesting one.
Yes, they
This
did.
is an interesting one.
Saturday night.
Whoa, it's
Our
Saturday night.
Army
Oh, boy.
travels to Kansas State.
Wow, these are two teams that almost both lost to FCS schools. Army did to Tarleton State. Kansas State almost did to North Dakota. Yikes.
Of course, the game of the night, game of the day in college football is number 15 Michigan at number 18 Oklahoma on ABC.
I am excited to have another TV in our studio on Saturday, Nick. Can we do that?
maybe.
Can we make that happen?
Also, this is only a
Please?
test. I won't be here on Saturday.
Yeah, no, but we need the TV to be brought downstairs.
I think nothing's stopping us from grabbing it.
Okay, I want that. TV.
Also, this is only a test.
Hey, you did it on the wrong one, though.
No, I know. That's why I said it's a test.
Okay. Well, we can do that again next week.
You have it.
Good job, Nick.
ESPN2's got Arizona State, Mississippi State.
Sure. Why not?
Vandy and Virginia Tech. Did you see the line on this game?
No.
It's a pick 'em for Vandy on the road.
Wow.
At Virginia Tech.
I
It's
never
on
thought
ACC
I'd see the day.
Network.
Never thought I'd see the day.
NBC, Boston College, Michigan
my
State.
friend Noah. Good luck, Noah.
The late night action.
What are you doing with it?
Well, I mean, San Diego State, Washington State there's the CW again, and Stanford at BYU. But of course,
tight.
The game that everyone around here cares about most, Nebraska, Akron, 6:30 kick on BTN. We've got your pregame starting at 4 live from Memorial Stadium, and then overreaction immediately after when Josh is still fumbling around trying to find another television.
That's why we call you Mr.
fumbling.
Fumbles.
I will have the TV set up long before the game ends. We will be watching Michigan and Oklahoma come to a close.
And then on to the pros.
Do we have to, John?
Yes, we do. Tomorrow night on NBC.
Nothing's going on tomorrow night. Go home and watch a rerun of
defending
Seinfeld.
World champion Philadelphia Eagles will raise the banner. Did you see that the team will not be out on the field when they raise the Super Bowl banner?
Tryhards. You remember when the Patriots?
Well,
the Patriots are coming out as a team. What did you think in that moment? You guys are idiots. Stop being dorks. That's what the Eagles are doing right now. Enjoy the fruits of your labor, you freaks.
When they did. When
act
the
like
Patriots
you've
did
been
that,
there
then they
before,
proceeded to
Josh.
win 6 Super Bowls after that, which makes me nauseous.
The Eagles better not win 6 Super Bowls or else I will throw up on your head on the radio.
Will you two be able to handle the heat of hosting the Chiefs and the Chargers on Friday night?
What a question. What was on YouTube recently that struggled? There was something that I was watching that was on YouTube.
What was another 9/11 video?
No, John, it was a
They
live.
do have the CNN broadcast from that morning.
No. It was. I've seen it. There was something though that happened recently on YouTube, and I remember thinking, "Oh boy, this is struggling. What's going to happen when it's a football game? This will be quite the test." I won't be watching because, of course, I'll be watching the Northwestern game, which you should too, John.
And then on to Sunday. CBS has granted us the glory of watching Aaron Rodgers' debut with the Steelers versus, of course, his most famous ex-team, the New York Jets.
He's got to get revenge.
Is this the throw-up game of the week?
No, that's a great bit that we should start doing. But no, there are other games to come.
This feels pretty pukey.
Now, the Fox folks have split the Omaha and Lincoln markets. Here in Omaha, on KPTM Fox 42, it's the Giants at the Commanders. That's at noon.
It's an interesting game.
Fox in Lincoln will air the 3:00 game between the Tennessee Titans and the Denver Broncos. So if you're lucky enough to get both channels, you get extra football.
I had the answer,
So
by
what,
the way.
Gretna?
And I didn't watch it, but the Taylor Swift interview on the New Heights pod, that kind of broke YouTube for a few minutes, and that didn't have as many viewers as Chiefs Chargers will.
Really?
So
I figured there's more Swifties.
there was only like 1 million people that watched it. This
Wow.
thing is going to have like 20.
I figured every Swiftie in the world would have been on that.
The late game on CBS is the Lions at the Packers.
I am triggered that game is on CBS. And don't tell me, but it used to be on CBS. That's where the NFC was. I don't care. I'm talking about now. This is a Fox game. I don't like this cross-pollination.
Well, it triggers me because it's preventing the world from watching the Rams and the Texans.
No one wants to watch that slop. That game is a preseason
Those are
game.
2 playoff teams, you dope.
They were 2 playoff teams, John.
Those are 2 playoff teams, you dope.
It's a new season, John.
Thank you, Nick.
NBC's got Ravens and Bills.
Wowzers. We'll watch.
That'll be a good one.
We'll watch.
And in the Monday night game, Vikings and Bears.
Bum, 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 bum.
And, of course, all of the out-of-market specials on Sunday Ticket. Or if you have my Direct TV Sunday Ticket, you get Texans and Rams at $3.25.
Or if you go to that one sports bar that Nick goes to, they have games there sometimes.
They have every game there.
Every game.
I like
okay.
that sports
What
bar.
was your thing, Nick? The sloppy game of the week? What do you call
the
it?
puke game of the week.
I have the answer. It is Cardinals at Saints. That is the puke game of the week. That is the puke game of the week. By the way, we missed a couple of...
Are you sure? I mean, it could be...
What? Dolphins at Colts?
Panthers at Jaguars?
That's
Bengals at Browns?
Panthers Jaguars is an old school Thursday night game back when the NFL hated Thursday night football.
Yeah.
By the way, John, you missed a couple of games. Thank you to Sam.
What?
You missed some college games.
No, I didn't.
He says, reminder to not let John dismiss the slate of games. Western Kentucky at Toledo, Sam Houston at Hawaii, and Houston at Rice. That was Sam. Listener Sam.
Sam, stop it.
Stop it. Stop being a friend of the Grum.
No, stop
caring about Hawaii.
Stop sending me games no one cares about.
Wow. John, I don't want super conferences. Also, John, get that slop away from me. I only want a ribeye. Interesting, John. Interesting.
You tell me where those games can be found and I'll...
Television, John.
Where?
It's called TV.
Where? I can't fit them all on here.
ESPN Plus? I don't know.
Grades.
What the hell are you doing?
What the hell are you doing?
Where are you triggered first with me? It seems like we're mostly in agreement on college. Why the B on the NFL? Because the Rams aren't on locally. No one gives a crap.
That's because the Jets and the Steelers.
I did. I am
You
docking.
always graded on the Omaha curve.
I am docking it. I am docking them on denying us game between two division champions. And yeah, you can't deny it.
I couldn't. Yeah, you're right. I thought you were gonna say two playoff teams.
Also, the early afternoon. I mean,
whoa, Steelers. Jets is kind of fun.
No,
yes, it is.
No,
yes,
no,
yes,
no.
Gosh, that's gross.
No,
it's not. It's called being a fan.
It's the Jets, for Christ's sake.
But John,
and Aaron Rodgers.
No one should be forced to watch the
old
Jets.
Man
all right, I'll give you a couple. Bucks Falcons, I think, is excellent. I think that is the battle for the NFC South this year. Giants Commanders, I think, is sneaky interesting. Sneaky interesting. Also, everyone's blowing smoke up Drake May's keister. Are we sure that the Pats are good? I want to watch them against the Raiders. And of course, I always support Kevin Kugler. Browns Bengals should be phenomenal.
Yeah, but if you look at these games that are, remember, and I'm grading based on what's available in our market.
I don't do that because I'm not an idiot.
Most of our listeners don't have DirecTV.
Yeah.
No, I don't have DirecTV either, John, but I still get to watch all these games.
See, you're an idiot. You're grading it on things that people around here won't be able to see.
No, I'm grading the week.
The Cowboys and Eagles, probably a blowout. Chiefs, Chargers, that's good. Steelers, Jets, this
interesting.
Jets suck.
Giants, Commanders, interesting.
Giants,
interesting.
The Giants have been in last place since Nick was a child.
This is going to be a close game in the fourth quarter. Put that on the list.
Only if the Commanders wear their cool uniforms.
The Titans. No one should be forced to watch the Titans.
I live in Omaha, John. I don't have to watch it.
I feel for you, Broncos fans. I know you want to watch your team, but
Cam Ward? You're not talking about Cam Ward?
It'd be more interesting to watch the Broncos scrimmage.
Cam Ward? Titans could keep it close.
But
Lions,
the rest-
Packers, banger. Ravens, Bills, super banger.
That's why I gave it a B.
Vikings, Bears,
That's
A+.
why I gave it a B.
Plus, it's back. It's
Ravens,
football.
Bills is a super banger.
Yeah, it is a super duper banger.
CTE induced game.
Me, I like football, John. Ooh, why do you like it?
I know yesterday I was lamenting that I wouldn't get to watch the Dolphins' first game.
Bummer.
And it sucks.
Yeah.
But it's also the Colts.
Yeah, the Colts are going to probably beat the Dolphins.
Yeah, no, I know.
Just kidding. I'm actually buying in on Dolphins being sneaky good this year.
Are you?
Mm-hmm. I am. Sue me.
I'm glad one of us
Trenton,
is.
Niners, Seahawks, always bangers. Yeah, that's a great game. That's fascinating.
Not available in this market.
Well, I'll be watching it, though.
Go to that sports bar that I like to go to.
I'm sorry that the rest of us aren't as
blows.
rich
They
as
have
you
great
are.
food.
No, they don't.
They do my favorite fries. I love battered fries.
Oh my gosh, Nick, see, these are bad takes.
They're not bad takes. Battered fries are
you
awesome.
can't go with the whole battered fry take. Popeyes
aren't
fries.
battered. Theirs are different. They're
no,
seasoned.
they are battered.
Seasoned fries.
They are battered.
They are battered.
They're good, though. I don't like the beer battered fries.
I
Those
love
are the
beer battered fries.
By the way, those fries are still.
Oh my gosh, they were so good. I was dipping them the other day. Yum, 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 yum.
So ass.
Go in your homemade buffalo sauce.
No, I did it in the Popeyes buffalo because I forgot I don't have hot sauce at the office anymore. I forgot to bring my bottle of hot sauce.
You don't have office sauce?
Not anymore.
Mm.
Not anymore.
You know, it's a mega deals week.
Whoa, tell me more.
1620thezone.com. Each day, there's a different half off deal. Today, it's Timber Creek Pizza Pub. Tomorrow, 72 Table and Tap. And Friday, it's Churco.
Whoa.
So they go live every morning at 9 a.m. Find them at 1620 The Zone under the Deals tab.
You want a place with good wings? Timber Creek.
An excellent take, as always, from Jimmy. Popeyes are scrumptious, perfect blend of crunch and soft. Wow. I could not put it into better words if I tried, John.
That's the same with my favorite fries at my favorite sports bar.
No, definitely not. Perfect blend.
Those were really not good fries.
They were so good. Oh my gosh.
The sandwich was fine. Sandwich was great as always, but
My
the
bone-in
fries,
chicken was great.
I should have got.
like bone-in
I should have
chicken?
got the red beans and rice.
Why did? Yeah, you hate the fries. Why did you order those? Who has CTE now, John?
Don't they have
I just wanted
potatoes?
to prove again. How
Why didn't you
bad
get
they
the
were.
mashed taters, John?
Yeah, with the gravy.
I love
Their mashed potatoes and gravy aren't that great. Their gravy's not as good.
I think
it's not as good as KFC's gravy.
Bad mashed potatoes are still pretty good mashed potatoes.
I understand. Coming up next, we're going to draw a name out of the hat.
Oh, baby.
It is our random college team of the week.
What game could it look at all these Western Illinois?
We're trying to broaden
Stop
our horizon.
drawing Nebraska.
games.
Oh wait, no, I gotta get that. Nebraska's not supposed to be in here, Nick.
Sorry.
Find out which team is our random team of the week
Mm.
on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream by Control. You visit the website today, krtrelief.com, and you can help yourself feel better. Maybe you've had some muscle fatigue. Maybe you've had some back pain, deep muscle pain. KRT Athletic Muscle Cream is going to be your new best friend because it will get you back out on the running trail, back out on the bike, back in the gym, or just living life comfortably again. Nothing worse than having that pain where you're feeling it all the time, not even just if you are working out. And this has helped me out a lot over the last few months. It has got me comfortable again, and it's got me back running where I feel really, really good. All you got to do is visit the website, krtrelief.com. You can get 10% off of your order and free shipping on orders over $15. Incredible deals. Find out why it has changed my life for the better. It can do the same for you. The website, krtrelief.com.
Another weekend of college football has come and gone, which means John and Josh have spent countless hours talking about one thing and one thing only: Nebraska football. Too often around here, these idiots spend all their time and energy on Matt Rule's podcasting skills, how good or bad the special teams are, and whether or not Josh will cry again about Micah Parsons getting traded to the Packers. But no more. Today it's time for our weekly look at something other than Nebraska football by picking a team from a hat to discuss. It's time for the Random College Football Team of the Week, brought to you by Unsportsmanlike Conduct. So, try not to bring it back to Nebraska football like you always do, you two. Okay? Thanks.
All right. Reach into that hat. These are all 135 Division I teams.
Yeah.
Of course, not counting Nebraska because we
Correct.
talk about them too much.
Correct.
Who is our random team of the week?
All right, pulled it out. And it is, Jacksonville. You can't really see it. State. There it is.
Oh,
Nice.
the Gamecocks.
Jacksonville State.
That's
Wow.
the noise they make, right?
They had.
Who did they play last? Oh, they played on Thursday night too.
They did. That's right, because we had it on the press box.
Yes,
at
we
times.
did.
Yeah. We were watching all the games up there that night. It was great.
Unfortunately, the Cox lost.
Don't want to talk about a loser.
To UCF.
Oh, interesting.
17-10. But did you know in that game,
Dude, they had some chances in this game.
they had some chances. They also hurt UCF's quarterback. Did you hear about that?
That ain't good.
Taven Jackson,
Yeah.
their starting quarterback,
Yeah.
he might be questionable this week. So
Yeah.
you got to avoid, man, you know what they say? They used
What?
to say back in the day, Nebraska used to beat you twice. They beat you when they played you, and then they beat you the next
Is
week.
that what they say about Jacksonville State?
Because they wore you down so much. They say
Inter-
the same thing about the Gamecocks of Jacksonville State.
Do they?
You can't let them beat you twice.
John, this game definitely seemed like a bit of a groin kick for the Jacksonville State partisans. At one point in the second half, they had a 79.2% chance to win this game.
Wow.
79 point. Usually the opposite happens to UCF's
Yeah.
head coach. Normally he is the 79% and then he loses.
No.
But not the case this time. They were able to win a one-score game. They took the lead with under a minute to go, or right around a minute to go. Brutal way to begin the season for the Cox. Brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Well, we pick ourselves up. We dust
Yeah.
ourselves off.
Yeah.
This weekend, Jacksonville State hosting Liberty.
Oh.
And they
You
are
love Liberty,
and they
John.
are 6.5-point dogs at home.
Oh, could it be another one-score affair
This
for
could
them?
be an upset pick.
Could it be another? You like Gavin Wimsatt and
Yes,
Jacksonville
former
State?
Rutgers and he's so good. He played in both the SEC and the Big Ten.
Interesting, Nick. What is your thoughts on Gavin Wimsatt?
I think that he sounds like the name of a boy band.
His name is the name of a boy band. Welcome, Gavin Wimsatt.
I worded that very wrong.
Listen,
he sounds
terribly.
like a member in a boy band.
There we go.
Underestimate-
There
Do
it is.
not underestimate the Gamecocks of Jacksonville State.
Okay.
I think they could be prime for an upset.
Travis writes, good fight from the Gamecocks under a new coach. Two new coaches in that game. One of them was meet the new coach, same as the old coach, but the other one was truly a new coach.
That's true.
Yeah, it's tough, man. Really, really tough. But they had a chance. And so you might be right about their game in week 2 to have an opportunity to maybe make some plays.
Well, there you go, kids.
Wow, interesting.
This week's random team of the week, the Jacksonville State Gamecocks.
All right, and so we will throw this piece of paper away. We're
They're
not going
out.
to accidentally.
Yeah, we're not going to repeat the same team twice.
Yeah, we definitely do not want to do that. So Jacksonville State, I crumpled it up, and I also, it's still on the floor, but I crumpled up the Nebraska piece of paper because Nick put it in the hat.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so next week, back into the hat we go.
Yep.
And we'll find out, could it be Michigan? Could it be Oklahoma? Could it be one of those games that Sam mentioned, Troy or Hawaii?
Could it be North Carolina A&T?
Could it be
we
North
don't
Carolina
know.
A&T? Could it be a remote
Could it
breaking?
be Iowa or Iowa State?
We talk about them enough, Nick. Maybe I should take their names out of the hat.
Oh, we could talk about Iowa State more.
We'll find out next week.
Perfect. I'm looking forward to it
on the
already.
Random college football team of the week.
Awesome.
Fun bit.
Next, it's Dumb Debates.
Oh.
And a reminder, Big Red Overreaction comes your way right after Saturday night's game against Akron. You can join Josh and Matt starting right after the game, taking calls right here live in studio.
Reading
There'll
texts.
be no delay.
Reading texts, reading tweets, lots of great
Don't
discourse.
tweet, don't text.
Don't tweet, don't text.
Only call.
Or email the Equitable Bank inbox.
Yeah, what about the Equitable Bank inbox?
That's perfectly fine.
We love the Equitable
What about
Bank
when they
inbox.
You have to read every word. You can't just parse through and just read a few lines. You have to read every word.
Some of the emails are long.
Well,
John. That's my punishment
They
for
took
wanting to
the
read.
time to write you.
All right.
You take the time to read it. It's Big Red Overreaction
Okay.
this Saturday, right after Nebraska Akron on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The K.
it'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat
Throw.
from your mom.
Listen, listen not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Melee to base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Yes, it is time for Dumb Debates, where you can take the direction of the Grum in any direction by sending us your Dumb Debates.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
It's even better when you push a button. Turn the mic on.
I'm an idiot.
Send us your Dumb Debates.
Please.
Any place, any time. Remember, we archive these. So it doesn't have to be right this second. But anytime you have one of those arguments, and you probably will. We're in that peak argument season. You know, it's college football season. They're always arguing. No, this guy sucks. No, this player is better than this guy. No, my team's better than your team. Or maybe you're arguing at the tailgate. No, we should watch this game. No, we should watch this game. Oh, why did you bring these chips? I hate these chips.
Whoa.
Send us your dumb debates.
Also,
into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620 or the Equitable Bank Zone inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.
Also, a reminder, if you want to catch up on previous dumb debates, we have all of those in a YouTube playlist.
That is awesome, Nick.
Yes.
Very good job by you. Good job by you.
I'll start.
Do it.
It is the opening home game. Now, a lot of people are excited about, the new concessions this year, particularly the new beer, particularly the
Cornhusker Crusher. We love it.
I mean,
the
fair
official,
is very good.
The official craft beer of the Huskers from our friends at Cross Strain. But I saw this. This was from this was a chat that started thanks to friend of the Grum, Whopper.
I met Whopper back in March.
Did he look like Mayor McCheese?
He looked like a burger.
He was opining on remember when they had the sneak preview of the new concessions?
Yeah, a couple weeks ago, all the scribes were there snapping photos.
John Walker of the World Herald snapped
Jack
some
got
photos.
triggered. There's no Diet Mountain Dew anymore.
Of all these different things, and Whopper tweeted, Memorial Stadium farts alone might win Nebraska a game or two this year.
Interesting.
Then he asked, will there be more farts or total yards gained this year? Question. The dumb debate is, will the turbo farts of the new concession items at Memorial Stadium help Nebraska win a game or two this year?
Well, the answer to that is obviously yes. Second of all, my dumb debate is, will there be more farts than touch? I mean, that's...
Oh, dude, two farts.
I mean, they've only scored 2 touchdowns so far this year. There's way more farts going on in the world.
Yeah. Well, in the stadium.
Yeah.
From the menu.
Jimmy says those runs do make you gassy.
They can. It's the cabbage.
Why would it help? Is it because the stadium would stink and the opposition would be like,
well,
PU?
I disagree. I think it would actually hurt Nebraska. Remember, famously, they didn't want to tear down the South Stadium because of the wind tunnel effect.
The wind could have blown the farts away or into the nostrils of Bryce Underwood.
Or it's just too windy in there and they can't handle the wind.
Well, that's a bummer.
Plus, it would be pretty noxious.
Farty Stadium coming Saturday night. Aren't we doing a pregame show for this game?
Yes, we are.
What's it called again?
1620, the pregame.
Wow, that sounds incredible.
In the next CFB video game, there's just going to be a green tint whenever you play at Memorial Stadium.
Yikes. Not great.
Of course, in addition to the new concession items, they will have the old favorites.
Oh.
Dumb debate. Rank the traditional Memorial Stadium favorites. You got your Fairberry Red Dyes, you have your Valentino's Pizza, and you have your Runzas.
Pizza, dog, Runza in that order.
Wow, you're ranking Val's at top?
Yeah. Inside the stadium, that is the actual only palatable Val's that there ever is.
Runza, Fairberry, Val's.
Wow, you just got it totally wrong, John.
No, I didn't.
You had it the wrong way. I think you meant it the other. Is this like golf where you're going worse?
I don't think the pizza that comes in the triangular box is as good as the regular Val's.
Really?
No.
Oh, I always forget that your taste buds are broken.
No,
my
my
bad,
taste
John.
buds
I
are just
apologize.
fine.
Sorry, everybody. My bad.
I'm not the one that, denied myself cheeseburgers until I was legally able to drink.
KD says shocked RFK Jr. hasn't banned the red hot dogs yet. Yeah, when's that going to happen? They're probably going to have to get rid of those.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Those hot dogs are mid. Nick, do you have any takes on the hot dog and the pizza and the Runza?
I don't know. When the one game I was at Memorial Stadium.
Oh, that's right. You were in the hoity-toity area.
I thought the caviar was a little mid.
Yeah.
It was a little mid.
Why did I have to
John.
dip it into ranch?
I've had better caviar. No, they made me dip it in Dorothy Lynch.
Sweet and tangy. Sweet and tangy.
I'd probably go hot dog, pizza, Runza.
That reminds me, we got to play that thing on Friday to celebrate the return of a game at Memorial Stadium.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll send you the video or the audio because I won't be here. Speaking of KD, dumber airport behavior. Always fun to debate airport behavior that's dumb. Standing right next to the baggage carousel or standing up on the plane and running up the aisle. What's the dumber behavior?
Plane and running up the aisle.
I've never seen anyone get up and run up and down the aisle unless there was something like an emergency. And
all right, so let's take the running part out of it. Just standing up on the plane immediately when you land. What's the dumber behavior? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like the people that are in the back of the plane, they're just standing there.
I mean,
that's the answer.
I'm confused about what's so wrong about waiting next to the luggage.
Yeah, I do that. I always wait for the luggage, and I always try to wait as close to the front as possible so I can grab my bag and leave.
Yeah, how is that a weird thing to do?
And
you're weird, bro.
It's usually a long carousel. Yeah. And there's plenty of places to stand. I mean,
there's
unless you're in a really, really busy airport. But yeah, most of the time I'm up pretty close.
Yeah, I do
to the
that
old carousel.
Yeah, the standing, I don't get the standing thing, especially the further you are back. Like you're not saving time.
The only argument.
Well, it's probably more because you now have the ability to do it and you're stretching. Maybe you've been sitting
That's fair. Stretching is nice.
The one argument I'll hear, if I'm sitting for a long time, my knees start to hurt and I just need to stand up.
But the problem is, especially if you're sitting on a plane with 3 seats to an aisle.
Oh, yeah.
There's only room for really one person to stand in the aisle.
Yeah, shouldn't have been standing there. Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah, that's the worst behavior. Easily the worst behavior.
Dave Fight. He says a tailgate dumb debate. He sent this to us last Thursday. This is a great question, John. Who hates Nebraska the most? Bo Pelini, Bill Callahan, or Scott Frost?
Scott Frost, I think.
Scott Frost more than Bo Pelini.
So
let's lay out some arguments on why each would hate Nebraska. Bo Pelini was recorded multiple times, one time by players, the other time because the audio system does what it did. He called the fans bad words. He called his boss the C word. That guy hated this place. Bill Callahan, I actually don't think Bill, I think you can remove Bill.
But did he hate the place or did he just hate the job in that moment?
He hated everything.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so. It's between Bo and Scott, in my opinion.
See, and my argument for Scott is I feel like he'd be more scorned because everybody loved him. Then he came back, blew it all, and then everybody turned against him. And I feel like that kind of fall from grace can't hit you well, you know?
Scott is last on the list because it is still last. He is still, this is still his home. This is where his home is. And so while yes, there was some, there were some turbulent times, both as a player and as a coach.
Remember he got booed that one time, John. He reminded us about it a lot.
if he was that scorned by it, he would have never come back here to coach in the first place.
But is he scorned by the coaching, though?
That's what I'm saying. I think he is more scorned now.
And he's now like, I never should have gone back there in the first place.
Right. I don't think he was scorned before he came back.
Again, this
He's
is his
definitely
home.
scorned now.
His mom's here. I mean, so and I
People hate
think
their homes.
I think probably in the cases, honestly, probably the best argument could be that Callahan hates it most because
Really?
Well,
I feel like he's easily last.
Well,
I don't
because
think he thinks about this place.
No, he probably doesn't. But here, let me make my argument.
Okay.
Because he had no attachment here.
Correct.
And with the other two guys, with Pelini and with Frost, they could direct all of their anger really towards one person or maybe a couple of people, but namely the guy who fired him, right?
Oh, so you think Frost is like about Trev more than the program?
Part of it.
I mean, he was whiny, though, about rumors and those types of things, Frost was.
Oh, certainly he was.
But what's the argument, Callahan, though? Like, just the place hated him?
Because, yeah, I don't think he ever felt welcome here. Also, this is a guy from a big city, and he's and
How
so
dare a guy from
and
a
so
big city
sometimes
coach in a big city?
But sometimes
Lincoln's a big city.
Sometimes
I grew up in a
you
town of
kind of look
1,500.
down on smaller
he definitely
rural
did.
areas.
Guns and fruit.
He's a Chicago guy, and ever since then he's been nothing but in pro cities. He's been all across. He's been in Dallas. He's been in New York.
But
he's
you
been
don't
in
think
Washington,
the fact that he
Cleveland.
probably never thinks about this place just lowers him below the other two?
I mean, personally, my answer is Bo.
Yeah, he hates this
But
place.
I think Frost is actually last in terms of hating this place.
If Nebraska caught on fire, Frost would be sad. I think Bo
Yeah,
would look
this-
at the
again-
ashes and laugh. He would love it.
Then he'd kick the gas can away.
Every time Nebraska loses, Bo smiles. There is no doubt in my mind. Forever. He will always be that way.
Right.
Frost will, at some point, he will not want the program to fail, if he still does.
He still has friends that are involved.
Yeah, but Bo will always want this place to suffer. And you know what? To him, I say rightfully so. He can hate this place with all.
Oh, I mean,
all of his guts.
His tenure has aged so well.
It really has.
Of all of
the tenures,
his and Frank's are the two that age better and better and better with each passing year of failure.
Yeah. Jordan says Frost has at least visited the state since getting fired.
Yeah, again,
no way in hell Bo and
this
Bill
is
are
his
ever
home.
coming
This is
back.
where he is from.
Yeah.
So I don't
So
think
go Bo, Frost, Callahan, or you're going Bo.
I'm going Bo, Callahan, Frost.
I don't know. You have a convincing argument. I really do think at this moment in time, Frost probably dislikes this place more, but over time, that'll probably dissipate a little bit.
Let's see. I'm looking.
I got one.
I'm looking for some ones that we haven't.
Well, you answered this on Twitter earlier, but Sky said, could the three of you get the average MLB base runner out in a rundown/pickle situation? If John's arm is still messed up from fighting the lawnmower, would swapping Happer make it possible? How would you do at being a third baseman and I'm the shortstop and Nick is at second base? How would we do in a pickle?
Very poorly.
You think so?
Yes.
You can't throw?
No, I can throw.
I can throw.
But it's not about the throwing. It's about the rundown. It's about correctly executing the rundown. The key to executing the rundown is to chase the runner back to the base they came from, because you don't want them to advance. You got to chase them back.
They came.
You got to chase them back. And the problem is, a lot of times in a rundown, you're throwing on the run. And when you're throwing on the run, that ball tends to sail a little bit. And because we have not practiced a rundown. I haven't practiced a rundown in 40 years.
Yeah, it's been a while.
We would be in big trouble.
Nick, when's the last time you threw a baseball?
I threw a softball a few months ago.
How'd that go?
I could throw 90 feet.
He can throw 90 feet. Well, that's good, because we're not having to throw 90 feet here. We're getting to throw a little smaller distance. What was the question exactly? Could we do it? No. The answer is no. Could we get
the best way that we could execute a rundown is just throw the ball to the lead base and just stand there and say, we're not coming after you, but you're not going to get here. We're just going to stand here and play goalkeeper.
So then if he runs back, though, can I throw the ball back?
Nope. We're just going to stand there and hold the ball.
Allowing the base runner to sit on second base?
Well, no, he'd be just standing there daring us to throw. He'd say, nope, we're not going to.
He probably
we're going
would
to end
dare
this
us.
silliness right now.
Wow.
We're going to end this silliness right now. We're not going to try to get you out, but we're also not going to let you advance. We're just going to put up a wall We're going to stand here in front of third base, and you're not going to advance.
We're basically doing a strike on the game.
Wow,
Yes.
this game is canceled.
Wow.
Well, then the onus gets put on the base runner to go back to second base.
What would the umpire
Otherwise,
do in that situation? And eventually, would he just say, "What are you doing? Go
that's
back."
a great question.
Like if everyone just was like, "No, I'm not doing anything."
That's a great
they're just like,
question.
no.
Yeah.
I want because I don't think there is any.
The delay would be on the base runner at that point in time. It would not be on us as the defenseman.
But the thing is, it would a dead
As
ball
the
be
infielders.
a dead ball be called?
At a certain point, I can't imagine that they would just allow a runner to stand there. They'd probably like get to the base and let's move this game on.
Right. Because you can lead off, of course.
We should ask Farron this question on Tuesday. He would love this question.
Mm-hmm. Write that down. Write that down.
I'm not sure, going back to food, if we've done this one.
Okay.
If there was a steel cage death match between all of the food mascots,
yeah,
who would win? And also, who would you be rooting for, if even not the favorite? So you got all your food mascots. You got Ronald McDonald. You got the Burger King.
We have not done this, no.
You got Colonel Sanders. You've got Chester Cheetah.
Okay.
Who are some of the other food mascots?
The Cocoa Puffs dude.
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Tony the Tiger. Do you say Tony?
Tony the Tiger.
So yeah, at first you got to think about like violent mascots or magical mascots, because those would probably be the answer.
Oh, Lucky from Lucky Charms.
Yeah.
Is that magic? I mean, that's just
He's
weird.
a leprechaun.
Yeah, but what can leprechauns do to kill you?
Magic.
Okay, I get. Can like a leprechaun like choke you out like with the force?
Probably. Well, I don't know.
Like you need a witch. Is
I
what
mean,
we're looking
who
for.
is the ultimate?
What about Count Chocula?
Who is
What
the-
about Count Chocula?
Count Chocula? Who
Blue
is the
Sky says, "Give me
ultimate?
the Jolly Green Giant."
You
I mean, it's a giant.
Oh crap!
wouldn't fit in
Stomp.
the cage.
That's a big stump.
That's true. I mean, he wins.
Mm-hmm.
We'd almost have to say we have to keep the Jolly Green Giant out,
Yeah.
because he would just stomp.
Yeah, we have to remove giants. My
I
dad
miss-
says the Kool-Aid Man. What do you think about the Kool-Aid Man?
Jolly Green Giant's gonna stomp.
Just
But,
trick the
but if
Kool-Aid.
we remove the Kool-Aid Man, so now here's what the Kool-Aid Man could do. I could take you, Nick, and put you inside of me.
Yes. Yes.
And then Nick would drown, maybe.
So here's how you get around
So
the
Nick
Kool-Aid.
would drown inside you. That almost sounds like a lyric to a song.
It does.
You're drowning inside me.
I just went to the emo show, Josh. What are you doing?
Oh,
Can't you just trick the Kool-Aid Man
into doing what?
trying to run through the steel cage and then he shatters?
Oh, that's a good call.
You can't break through that.
Yeah.
We've already had a dumb debate about the Kool-Aid Man. What
Which
was
one?
It was the one that led
What's
to
the
the drop
toughest
that
wall
the
he could
Kool-Aid
go
is
through?
the soul.
Oh,
Remember when I said
yeah.
that? The Kool-Aid is the soul.
That was a good one. Steve says, dude, Tony is a freaking tiger.
Yeah, but he's like kind of a wuss. Tiger.
They're great.
Like
He's
a
kind of
normal-
a wuss tiger.
a
I gotta
normal-
think there's a better food mascot out there.
Yeah.
I think the Burger King, because the Burger King will murder you.
Why?
Why?
Look at him.
I mean, he is a creep. Does Taco Bell have a mascot?
They used to have a Chihuahua.
Oh, that's right.
It's a guy stuck on the toilet.
That's what Nick is.
No, I don't think
Taco
Taco
Bell
Bell's ever had a
mascot.
mascot. Wendy, sorry, Wendy's probably not going to win.
Wow, because she's a girl, John.
Well, she's a little girl. She's a 12-year-old girl.
Little girls can't fight, John?
Not against
tigers.
Yeah, but wuss tigers.
and Colonel Sanders. By the way, Colonel Sanders
Oh,
did
racism.
shoot a guy. He did shoot a guy.
He's probably a
did.
slave owner.
I think I want to make an argument for the Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs guy.
Yeah.
Because he's clinically insane for Cocoa Puffs.
Mm. Travis says, guys, Runza is a T-Rex. Jordan says, isn't Raisin Bran's mascot the literal sun?
Yes.
True.
And Dave writes, Jared from Subway is the first one out.
But if we're
They all are going to team up to kill him.
after Jared.
If
Screw
we're
you, Jared.
excluding
Oh,
the Jolly
no.
Green Giant, then we need to exclude the sun.
What about the T-Rex? See, now we're just eliminating people.
T-Rexes are taller than the cage.
Hmm.
You can't fit a T-Rex in a cage.
Hmm.
They tried it in Jurassic. There's a whole movie about how that doesn't work.
Yeah, but Jason says the Raisin Bran sun would win. They would just sit there and burn everyone to death. Yeah, I mean, it is hard to argue with the sun.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm. 402 texter says, I think the golden retriever from Raising Cane's has a shot.
That's true.
What is that dog's name? Raising or Cane?
I think it's Kane.
Cane the dog. Congrats to Kane the dog.
By the way, I miss those old Jolly Green Giant commercials. They always used to end with ho 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 Green Giant. They don't do that anymore. How come we don't have advertising for green beans and corn anymore? Canned vegetables. Where are all the commercials for canned vegetables?
We're all into frozen veggies now, John.
Yeah, big frozen veggie got him.
Mm-hmm. Joe in Vegas says in 1996, if Tommy Frazier is given an extra year because of his blood clots, does Nebraska three-peat?
Oh, yes.
You think so? Even though the offensive line was a little stanky at times that year?
It was still
I don't
pretty
think
good.
Arizona State would have beat them still?
With Tommy at quarterback?
I mean, Tommy would have been puking his guts out with the rest of the roster before the Big 12 title game.
I doubt it.
Yeah, they probably would have. He was awesome.
I mean,
they would have whooped on Florida State.
Think about how seasoned he was. And he would have been motivated because it got gypped out of the Heisman.
You know what's too bad? They never got to beat Florida State. They got revenge over Miami.
Yeah.
I guess there was no revenge to get against Florida, but they killed them. They needed to beat Florida State too. Very sad. They never got a chance to play them in the late 90s, in the mid to late 90s. They only got to play them in 93.
The 90s.
God, what a good time it was. What a good time it was.
No, I think they three-peat.
Nice.
I mean, because that same roster won the title the next year.
That's true. Wow. They could have been the GOAT. But instead, the NCAA wasn't just giving out eligibility willy-nilly like they do now.
And then Tommy could have been the coach instead.
Oh, my gosh. That would have been awesome.
Oh, a lot of people thought Scott Frost being the coach was going to be awesome.
Well, you know what? I'll say this, though. Tommy was the coach of Doan.
Yeah, but
Nick.
We don't count that.
Yeah. Nick, do you want to know why we don't count that?
Was it bad?
It was among the worst coaching regimes of all time. His coaching record was 3-17.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Final one here.
Oh, what do we got?
So you have a few ballparks that have waterworks or bodies of water next to them.
Okay. So you like bodies of water next to it would be like San Fran.
Like McCovey Cove.
Kansas City has a water.
They have the fountain. There's the pool in Arizona. The Allegheny River runs right outside
Pittsburgh.
PNC Park.
Okay, so that does count. Okay, what's the question here?
Which player, Sky asks, is most likely to hit for the water cycle?
Oh, that's fun.
Water cycle.
Wait, is this like ever or like now?
No, I mean who today could hit for the water cycle?
And that is
Bonds. The answer is always Barry Bonds.
That's just getting a ball in the water at every park that has
Yeah,
it.
so you have to get it into the water. You got to hit it into the Allegheny.
Just is it a course of one season or just overall? Like in your
Life.
time playing?
Yeah, it's over your life.
So,
Okay.
I mean, first of all, Bonds is great because we already know that he can do it at McCovey Cove, right? So you got that going for you. Kansas City's in center field. The guy was mashing balls. Now, PNC Park, I've been there. I mean, it's right outside, but I mean, there's still a lot of feet.
Oh yeah. You got to hit
Piss Rocket.
I think Charlie Blackmon did it at least for the Rockies.
Look at you with your random baseball stat. Charlie Blackmon, is that a recent player?
Yeah, he just retired.
Yeah.
Okay, it sounded like a name.
They called him Chuck Nasty
from the 40s.
Well, but the key is with PNC and with McCovey Cove,
lefty.
It's
because it's in right field.
Yeah.
What are the other water parks?
Well, those are the four big ones.
Say them again. So Kansas City,
San Francisco, Pittsburgh, and Arizona because they got the pool.
So where is the pool?
Pool is in like right center
How
field.
far away
I
is the
think.
water in Kansas City?
It's quite a ways out there.
I mean, that's center field.
Has anybody done that?
Oh yeah.
I'm sure someone's hit a ball in the fountain.
All right. So the pool. Hey, look, a random shirtless man. The pool at the Diamondbacks Stadium is in. I need a wider shot. It is in right center.
Okay,
So Bonds could hit it there.
I was getting confused. I thought the water had to be outside the stadium. I thought it was water right outside.
No. It was water. Parks that have water in or around them.
Got it.
Bonds would have had a chance. I mean, Otani would have a chance.
Otani for sure.
Charles says Trout. Mike Trout.
Well, Trout's a righty.
Yeah.
And so you got to hit. You got to hit that river as a right-hander. That's hard to do.
What's the water again at PNC?
At the Allegheny River.
Hit a home run.
I got to. That's at least a 500-foot home run. I would think.
Allegheny. Okay, that's how Allegheny is.
Because I've walked that path right behind right field.
All right, I have an answer for you.
Yes.
There have been I need to accept the cookies. There have been 3
Nom, nom, nom,
players that have hit into the river. So let's see. Stairs, who is Stairs?
Matt
Did it for the
Stairs?
Cubs in September of 2001.
Oh,
Wow, I forgot Matt Stairs.
Then twice for the Pirates in 03. Ward, who is Ward? Okay, why don't you have the first names over here, you jerks? So a guy named Ward, John, Daryl Ward.
Daryl Ward. Okay.
Daryl Ward did it in 02 and then in 05. And then Tellez, who is Tellez?
Rowdy Tellez.
He did it in 2021. And he's also done it multiple
Tellez.
times. And then
Wow,
any visiting
Schwarber
players,
didn't do it because Schwarber hit on rocket.
all right. I was wrong. I thought I saw it, but I guess
What's the player's name, Nick?
I
that you it
thought
was?
Charlie Blackman did it, but I don't think he did.
Yeah, he did not.
I mean, clearly.
And Nick Fack, gotcha.
But again, you got to be
Whoops.
able to do it in all these ballparks.
Yeah.
I think the answer is, Otani's the best chance because he's a lefty.
Fight points out, don't the Mariners, or Marlins rather, also have a water thing in center field for home runs? Yeah, they have that weird little doohickey out there.
Oh, the Marlins? No, that's just a sculpture, though. I don't.
Oh,
think.
there's no water
And
involved.
I thought they got rid of that.
Yeah, I thought they replaced it with something.
Max says the Ray Stingray tank. That's a thing, right? Do they still have that? Remember that?
Well, no, because they're not playing in their ballpark.
that's right. Their
anymore.
stadium imploded.
They could have
Well,
come to
got
Omaha, and then the Stingrays could have had a home at the zoo.
It got hit by a hurricane.
402 texter says it is 456 feet from home plate to the river.
God, it seems like more than that. But I'll take your word.
I like this. I like the water cycle question.
That's fun. And that's Dumb Debates. Wow, a lot of sports questions in Dumb Debates today.
Well, sometimes that happens.
People are sports build.
We do like football, Nick.
We are sports pilled. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Dabo versus Kelly.
Oh, yeah.
We've got the audio.
Oh, exclusive audio?
Oh, absolutely. We were the only ones at these press conferences.
Awesome.
We also have content coming up. And what's for dinner?
Lovely.
Don't forget, always send in your Dumb Debates. JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. Use that hashtag Dumb Debates or email the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. We just saw Rowdy Tellez.
Oh, baseball.
Playing for the Rangers.
Wow, look at that. A baseball game.
The very hot Rangers who lost it.
Game's over.
1620 the zone. Welcome back.
Thank you, John.
1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, Zone mobile app, zonetv.live.
We're everywhere, man.
We are.
Wherever we be.
We be.
And make sure you subscribe to that YouTube page.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff happening there.
Great thumbnails.
Thank you.
Oh, I was not talking about you, Nick.
Oh, well.
Just kidding. You're doing a great job. I'm proud of you.
Did you see yesterday? So LSU went out to Clemson and won.
Yeah.
Won the battle of the Death Valleys, the battle of the Tigers.
Shout out to us getting that predictions point. We
Yep.
both picked LSU to cover. Not to brag.
Did I? I don't remember what I picked.
I don't either.
But, of course, both coaches had their weekly press conferences yesterday.
Awesome.
Here was what Clemson, the losing team, Dabo Kelly.
Kelly.
Yeah,
That's
the
a
other guy.
monstrosity.
Dabo
Can you
Sweeney.
imagine their powers combined? It would be a national championship winning coach.
Yeah, it'd be the only way Brian Kelly's going to get one.
Got him.
Here's what Dabo had to say yesterday.
Tackle. I mean, Wade's got the guy. He's got. I mean, I don't even know how his knee didn't go down, but he, without that run, I mean, like I said, the last 58 minutes is 2.8, and that is a physical group. It's a very smart quarterback, and that is a back. So they're going to be a problem, and they got some explosive dudes, and it was a hell of a game. It was a hell of a game. Down to the last play, right out of the gate. It's like getting the final exam day one of class. They made a 65, we made a 58. Neither one of us were great.
So neither one of us were great, said Dabo.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Brian Kelly must have had his press conference after Dabo's because he got wind of it. Someone asked him about it, and here's what BK had to say.
Him in the second half. So he's either a really good grader for, giving himself a 58, or he's a really hard grader on us, or he didn't see the second half, which that might be the case. He might not have wanted to see the second half. So, again, look, this is all like, past.
So he kind of took umbrage with that.
Uh-huh.
He's a tough grader.
Brian Kelly's not a very good speaker.
He definitely.
Well, it's because he's trying. He's
well, you could tell. So he wanted to give him crap,
right?
Which he did.
Yes.
And then I think at the end he's realizing I shouldn't have done that, and so then he's like, "That's why," and he just kind of froze.
See,
a little
and
bit.
the vibe I'm getting is when he was taking a shower later. That's when he's like, "I should have said this." Like,
look, to the victors go the spoils.
Sure.
And I'm like, I know we've had our fun with the Brian Kelly and Dabo over the years. These are two coaches that you and I have had many debates on.
Yes, we have.
Longtime listeners will famously remember me saying Dabo better than Jimbo, not to brag. And then I hopped off the bandwagon
But
at
then
the perfect
famously,
time.
some said that, hey, that fit for Brian Kelly at LSU is not as good as the one for Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame, and look who was in the playoff last year.
Travis says, why is
Look
Brian
at-
Kelly being a D-bag about it? Because, that's who he is. And so,
he is kind of a D-bag.
I honestly have no issue with it. I totally understand what both coaches were trying to say. Because I think Dabo is right. Look around the country. Look at all the schools that are in their weight class that got to play nobodies, and they usually took care of business. I know that he would have much rather gotten to play who Penn State did and then played LSU. And I also understand why Brian Kelly would say, whoa, don't lump us in with a bad grade. You're the one who had a bad grade. We should have beat you by more than 7 points. They took a touchdown off the board. I get it.
If you look at the analytics, Clemson's got a lot of low percentiles. They were 22nd percentile.
You're saying Clemson did?
Yeah. In EPA per drop back, but LSU was only 36th percentile. I mean, it was a defensive game. So from a defensive standpoint, it was good. But I kind of get where Dabo's coming from. Neither team played spectacularly, but LSU was the better team.
Yeah, I don't think he was trying to rip on them with the grade, but you know what? Just like I didn't think Frost was trying to rip on Purdue 7 years ago when he said, yeah, we have a winnable game. Because he was comparing it to the alternative, and the alternative being Michigan. And so in this case, I don't think it was I'm going to make fun of LSU. No, it was just, it was a tough game. They were a little bit better, but neither of us were great. Obviously, Brian Kelly would agree that they weren't great, but they got the win, and so he's able to talk some trash.
Two other things. Dabo's trying to kind of soft pedal it a little bit because I'm sure there's some folks in Clemson, South Carolina right now that are like, oh my God, had all these expectations and now we're starting a game in the hole. So he's trying to ease that a little bit. But then from Brian Kelly's side, he's probably a little more defensive because this was their first win on opening night since 2019, the last year they won the title.
Yeah.
Imagine that. We fret and, go nuts around here when Nebraska has lost a couple of openers in the last 5 years. LSU hadn't won one in 6 years.
Yeah, they had not won one since before the Brian Kelly era. And again, not even the last year of the Ed Orgeron era.
Right.
They were losing the opener every single year. And so this was like a huge discussion point. At some point during the broadcast on Saturday, they showed that famous clip from last year where Brian Kelly got really mad and he pounded the table. They lost that game. They lost, 2 games versus Florida State. Like, they needed one. There was pressure on both sides in this game. There was much more pressure, though, on LSU. They had to get this victory, and they did. And so I understand him, not to scare Nick a little bit, peacocking, a little. I understand it from his perspective, but I totally get what Dabo was saying as well. It was not a diss. It was this is a tough game. Neither of us were at our best. If they play again in December, I'm guessing it'd be a more high quality, or at least maybe not more high quality, be a more offensive football game. I don't think that it would be as defensive if they played again in December. But who knows? Maybe it would.
Well, it'll be fascinating to see where these teams end up.
Yeah.
I'll be very fascinated to see where these teams end up.
Me too, John. Me too.
You know what? Right. Me too.
Coming up in content. We have not yet discussed the big story in the NBA.
The big
no-show jobs.
NBA? Nick, we're talking NBA in September. Preseason's about to start.
No-show jobs. Also, rule changes that work.
Oh.
And Deshaun Foster.
Oh, no. What did he do this time?
Shaking hands with Schaefer.
Whoa. Interesting.
It's all coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy. Football is barely 24 hours away, and that means that you can go to the app or you can go to underdogfantasy.com today, and you can find some players that you like, whether it's tomorrow in the opener or even on Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, whatever it is, they have it for you. We have talked a lot about the Philadelphia-Dallas matchup tomorrow. A player, John, that we haven't mentioned a whole lot is George Pickens coming over to Dallas from Pittsburgh. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Cowboys target him. Maybe you go higher on the receptions of 4.5. You put that with Devontae Smith, another player that we haven't talked about. He has the exact same number of 4.5. You put those together, and it will multiply your potential amount that you could win at UnderdogFantasy.com.
But there's a game in Ames this weekend between Iowa and Iowa State. Take a look at Mark Gronowski actually throwing a touchdown pass higher than 1/2 touchdowns, and pair that with Rocco Becht, his counterpart for Iowa State, throwing for more than 1 or 1/2 touchdown. Higher, you put those two together, that pays over 4 times the money. And you can do this with just about any game with all different kinds of players and all different kinds of possibilities. So find out more today. Download the Underdog app and sign up with our promo code 1620TheZone, and you can score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Again, that's promo code 1620TheZone. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Saw the After Hours boys out in the hallway getting ready, a meeting of the minds.
What's on their plan?
Well, they were talking about backup defensive backs for Nebraska. So who knows what they're cooking? Who knows?
I bet it's something to do with backup defensive backs at Nebraska.
It could be, Nick. Can't wait to
That's
find out.
coming
at
up
6.
next after we are done. But first, we have to get to some content.
You're right. What exactly is going on with Kawhi Leonard right now?
Whew. So the story goes.
This is from Pablo Torre.
That the Clippers owner, Steve Ballmer, as a way to circumvent the salary cap, this is all alleged, signed Leonard to an endorsement deal worth $28 million with a now bankrupt company in which he was supposed to endorse, but never did. And according to Torre, he's accused of signing a $28 million deal with a now bankrupt company called Aspiration that was at least partially funded by the billionaire owner of the Clippers, Steve Ballmer, as a way around the restrictions. And according to Torre, he was unable to find any instance where Kawhi worked with the tree planting company. Here's my first question.
What's that?
Why? I mean, that should have been the first red flag. Why is a tree planting company needing an endorsement from an NBA player and paying $28 million?
Great question, John. I don't have the answer there.
That makes no sense to me.
Did you see this from Josiah Alec? You know Josiah, played basketball at Nebraska. Bombshell report, and it's just the standard NIL collective construct for college sports. Ha ha. It might be, but it's not allowed in the association or in other pro sports. This is pretty fascinating. We've always wondered about things like this happening. You know, there were long rumors or allegations, and maybe it was just from angry fans against the Patriots, that they had an agreement with Tom Brady where, you know, he was going to get an ownership stake. And that's always the thing, right?
Sure.
He has an ownership stake. He has an ownership stake. I have not had a chance to listen or watch the pod, but knowing how Pablo has operated, I mean, he had a ton of documents. So I do not doubt this at all. I wonder what the punishment will be if as the NBA decides to look into it, which I have to imagine they will. Because it's illegal. It's a big time trouble.
It's got to be huge.
Huge.
I mean, a massive fine. And maybe even maybe you even force Ballmer to sell.
Oh, that would be crazy because he just built the arena.
But seriously, I mean, there's a reason why they have the camp, because this is not only violating the construct between you and your fellow owners, but also the collective bargaining agreement that you signed with the players. I mean, this is a massive intrusion on that rule. And it's completely illegal.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. They ran out Ballmer's predecessor for the things that he said.
Yeah.
Got him out of the
And
sport.
this
is cheating the other owners out of money.
Yeah.
And they don't take kindly to that.
No. Jordan, I guess money doesn't grow on trees.
Nice. Playing his 294th game with the Dodgers, Shohei Otani became the fastest player to reach 100 home runs in team history, ahead of Gary Sheffield. Josh, I knew you were going to ask.
Thank you, Nick.
He needed 399 games to hit 100.
Whoa!
It took him 444 games to hit 100 home runs with the Angels. Is Shohei on his way toward being the greatest Dodger of all time?
I mean, Nick, he's already on his way to being the GOAT baseball player. I don't know why he wouldn't be the GOAT Dodger. You hate the Dodgers. You should love this, that their best player ever is playing right now as we get to all watch. This is cool. Good job, Nick. Great question.
Thank you.
Yep. Good research, too.
And I love the sport of baseball, so even if it's a team that I don't like, it's a division rival, I still think it's cool to watch history unfold.
Wow, what a great perspective to have, Nick.
I'm a baseball fan.
Yep.
Well, speaking of people that are screwing other people out of money.
Whoa, you talking about Ipe and all the other horrible people that keep glomming on to Shohei.
Keep taking advantage of this nice young man.
Yeah. He's so nice.
Or maybe they're attracted to him like flies to you-know-what.
How can you not be attracted to Shohei? He's kind of cute.
Interesting. I was just talking about his baseball skills.
Mm.
I like guys who hit home runs. Dongs, as they call them, John.
He hits a lot of dongs, John.
Mm-hmm.
Are you anti-dong?
Next question.
How about rule changes that work? Check out the chart of the percentage of all major league games that take over 3 hours. It peaked at 67% 4 years ago, and the last 3 years has been under 20%.
Whoa!
That's the pitch clock, baby.
It's incredible. And when you go back to the early 2000s, it was in the low 30%.
And then the Yankees and Red Sox started playing each other.
It just slowly started creeping up. It got into the 40% range in the 2010s, quickly got into the 50% range. And then in the 2020s, right on up there into the 60% range. And then
67% in 2021 is
67% of all major league games went over 3 hours in 2021. 2 years later with the pitch clock, it dropped to 17%.
And it's 15% right now. It's 12% last year. We have seen rule changes in other sports that happened and either they didn't make that big of a difference or they straight up sucked. This has been what people were hoping for and more. It is incredible that this has been able to happen and that it doesn't seem to take any enjoyment away from the game. Like, remember the early weeks of it a few years ago where it's like, I can't buy as many beers. Now nobody talks about it. We all like how long the games last.
Now they don't talk about it, but I do wonder how much lost revenue.
Oh, I bet it's a lot.
Because you're right. The seventh inning is coming a lot quicker, and that means less beer sales.
Mm-hmm.
Can I share my truth quick?
Sure.
I like the pitch clock for listening to on the radio and watching the games on TV, but in person,
you don't like it in person?
I don't like it in person.
Because you want to be there longer?
I want to be there longer. I love being in the environment. I love we were just at the White Sox Yankees game. Yankees White Sox game. Last week.
You can say either way.
Yeah, whatever. It went into extra innings, and I was happy because that meant more baseball. It was awesome.
Yeah, where I was, it would have been sad. More baseball. But I'm happy you enjoyed it.
It was great.
So you're anti-pitch clock if you attend.
Yeah, which there's not really a good way to do that.
Rob, I'm going tonight. Can you turn it off?
Actually, yeah.
Thanks.
Do that. I'll become the president, and then I'll go to baseball games and force them. No pitch clock today, please.
Interesting.
Coach Prime was very defensive of his game management at the end of last week's Georgia Tech game. If we hit the darn plays, we wouldn't be asking these questions. Does Prime doth protest too much?
Doth protest too much. Yeah, like it wasn't great. They had 2 timeouts in their back pocket. You don't never want to leave a game where you're trailing by 7 and you got the ball with about a minute to go and you have timeouts in your back pocket at the end of the game. It was not great. Like, yeah, is he right? Of course. Yeah, if we would have won the game, you wouldn't be asking me about this, but you didn't, and you left some potential plays out there. So yeah, that was bad.
I really wish in these circumstances where I wish the players would take charge. You can call a timeout too.
That's true.
If I'm call the damn timeout and let the consequences be damned. The coach can yell at you all he want, but guess what? Sometimes these guys are so caught up in their own BS, they don't know how to manage games. It's an epidemic across football where we see it every week, and we see it from the highest level to the lowest level. Coaches that don't understand time and time, down and distance and the time and everything else. If I'm a player, man, I start taking the ball in my own hands, say, this play, call the timeout.
You better hope that your Fremont Tigers understand timeouts. Otherwise, they're going to get their butts whooped.
We don't need to use timeout.
Interesting.
Here's UCLA coach Deshaun Foster after rewatching the beatdown his team received at the hands of Utah.
Looking at the film, did it kind of confirm what you thought, or did anything new kind of come to mind?
That we were close. Like, it wasn't exactly what I thought. I was a little more disappointed right after the game, and then seeing the film, it brought a little more life into me, just because if we can execute, and there's a lot of things that we can actually fix. So that's the bright spot that I saw in that. And talking to the team, I can tell that they were ready to hear those things, and they saw the same thing too after talking to them today. So,
what are your thoughts?
They were close.
I mean, John, look, man.
They lost 43-10 at home.
I mean, John, look, you can't just look at numbers. They were only down 13-0 at the end of the first quarter. They were only down 23-7 at the end of the first half. They were only down 30-10 at the end of the third. I mean, lots of chances.
Lots of chances.
Imagine if Frost would have said something like this. Or any coach around here.
They got owned.
He's lucky he coaches UCLA and no one gives a crap.
Yeah, and
come on. Nebraska better not lose to this team this year. Even though I predicted it, they better not. Prove me wrong, Nebraska.
A pair of Vanderbilt football players are among 10 athletes suing the NCAA in an effort to force the association to allow college athletes to compete for 5 seasons rather than 4. Will they win?
They will. I'm surprised that they're suing. I mean, this has been a topic of conversation a lot over the last year or so. When I first saw the headline, John, I was like, wait, what are they asking for? Unlimited eligibility? 5 years? Sure, give it to them. It's going to happen. I don't know why they're suing. But yeah, it's going to happen.
Well, they're suing because they want it to happen faster.
Yes, so.
And you
get a job.
And they're trying to make sure that they force the issue on the NCAA to change this. Yeah, we're going to get 5 years of eligibility within the next couple of years. And all of this will be a moot point, and none of it makes a damn bit of sense.
Josh,
Nick,
you are now a little more than 24 hours away from your happiest time.
What?
The Dallas Cowboys football season.
No.
You got any big plans for the big day tomorrow?
Well, Riss and I are going out for dinner it's more for my birthday, though, not to celebrate the Cowboys opener because it's going to be terrible. I'm going to watch it with my dad. That'll be fun. My mom's going to make popcorn.
The game's on during dinner.
No, we're going out to dinner right after the show and then go home and watch the game.
What time does kickoff?
Like it's probably 7:15, 7:20.
Do you think it'll end when the clock hits midnight? Will you bring in your birthday watching a Cowboys?
No, I'll be going to sleep. I got to wake up early to go to the airport on Friday.
Do you think that this might be a trap that, because you refuse to watch football with your wife, that she's going to hold you to dinner longer? And then eventually you just have to watch the game with her. And so you can enjoy her company while she watches her favorite team pummel the crap out of your favorite team.
It's interesting. When we watched the games together in 2018, Dallas went 2-0. In 2019, it was 1-1. In 2020, it was 1-1. In 2021, it was 2-0 again. And that was we watched, I think, one game together in 2022. And since then, we haven't watched any games together. It doesn't matter. Life is the Cowboy season is meaningless. This year's going to suck. Congrats to the Eagles. Put the Eagles in all of your parlays. All of them. All of them. There's no chance. It'll be close in the first half because Dallas does have an offense.
Oh, here comes deranged Cowboy fans.
And then the Eagles will win by 30 in the second half, and Saquon will run and do backflips over some of the players. It's going to be miserable.
What would you do if they had a Patriots-esque season where they go undefeated, the Cowboys? They go undefeated up until the Super Bowl and then lose?
Nick, that would
be better than being as bad as you think they'll be.
Yeah, of course, but that would break me. Because here's the thing. If other fans lose in horrific fashion, they get to crawl into a hole. I would come on the radio the next day and have to talk about it. And John would laugh the whole time.
He would.
Yeah.
Yeah, but think of how miserable I would be until then.
I don't care about that. You would get the ultimate last laugh. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah, but I don't want that. I don't want that for you. I don't want that for me. America should not be exposed to the Cowboys in the Super Bowl anymore.
Don't worry. It won't happen. You don't have to. I'm serious. You do not have to worry about that.
And glory holes.
Stay tuned for tomorrow when I pick them to finish last in the NFC East.
Think about it like this, John. If the Cowboys do that well, that means Jared's going to stay there for at least another 90 years.
No, it does not mean that. He will not get life off of the Cowboys being good. Mark says, who's on the show Friday? Michael Severe.
That's right.
And Joey producing.
Oh, that's right. Nick's gone too. This is incredible.
Y'all just
Where are you going? Oh, bachelor party.
Bachelor party.
Well, it's time for dinner.
It is time for dinner. 1620 zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Like I said, it was leftover night, so I had that delicious beef stew with some of my wife's homemade bread.
Bummer. The bread sounds awesome, though.
Beef stew.
Oh, we never asked Schaefer what's his favorite bread.
Don't know what tonight is.
We're doing ham and cheese sliders and macaroni salad.
Like King Hawaiian buns?
That'd be my guess. I don't know for sure, though.
Goated slider buns.
Yeah, the pizza last night. Got it from Costco. Very tasty.
Nice.
Yeah, we had lots of leftovers, too.
Last night, we just had frozen chicken strips and potato wedges.
Why didn't you cook the chicken strips?
John, that was a Nick joke.
Nice. It was in an air fryer, John. I don't know about
potato
tonight.
wedges. That always makes me so sad, Nick.
I love potato wedges. Why would you be sad?
Imagine how rotten the potato wedges would be if they made them at Popeyes.
No, don't say
Oh,
that.
then they'd be battered potato wedges.
Need batter and have that crappy taste to them.
All right, so I said this off the air that I have to tell you about a new book that I'm starting, and this is perfect because we're doing What's for Dinner. So it is called Tender is the Flesh. This is a 2017 dystopian novel. You ready for this, John?
God, what is wrong with you?
It portrays a society in which a virus has contaminated all animal meat. Because of the
Tainted
lack of
meat.
animal flesh, cannibalism becomes legal. And a human meat supplier is
wrong with you?
I heard it's good.
You've heard human flesh is good?
No, the book, Nick, not eating people.
You're going to get ideas.
You used to watch that show about cannibalism,
Yeah,
too.
that show went to hell
Yellow
in a
Jackets?
handbasket.
Well, yeah, because it was about cannibalism.
That's not why the writing was bad.
It was. Paige
You watched it?
Paige watched it. I watched it
Paige,
tangentially.
handshake meme. Season 2, trash. I heard season 3 was even worse.
Oof.
This is unbelievable.
I read 2 chapters last night. Digging the vibe early, John.
You're like, man, I'm hungry.
The guy is conflicted, John. Isn't that interesting to you? A guy who's like, I don't know if this is good for us. Nom, nom, nom.
Is that good
I
writing?
can tell you
Being
the answer.
conflicted about eating
It is
people?
bad for you.
Is
Guess what? I guess you're going to eat more tortilla chips and vegetables and ice cream.
The big meat was arguing
Yeah.
that you needed to eat people.
Does
in the book.
Does Beyond Burgers not exist in
No,
this world?
they basically are like, no, those are bad for you. This is what is happening.
Human is better.
It's the book. It's a dystopian novel. Haven't you read a dystopian novel? You ever read 1984? We've always been at war with Eurasia. I'll tell you how it goes. I'll keep reading.
No,
I'll tell
please don't.
I'll update us in What's for Dinner.
The Human Flesh Book Club.
Unbelievable.
The Human Torch has been denied a bank loan. This is a novel, by the way. This isn't real. Jordan says there isn't any cannibal recipe. No, it's a novel. Have you ever read a novel?
I bet you get far enough in, they'll have some recipes in there.
I'll tell you.
Man, the murder cult's going to be a real humdinger the next few weeks.
Maybe.
Talk to you tomorrow.